All right, we will be live in a couple moments or so, so bear with me. You already see what the topic is on the board. There were some strikes in Yemen, but we're not going to hammer it from the aspect of Yemen. We're going to hammer it from the aspect of a few other things that are going on, predominantly with Iran. So give me a moment to get my other streams going, and we certainly should be able to make this happen momentarily. Oh shit! YouTube is always wanting to play games. Okay, there we go. So getting my YouTube horizontal going, if you will. And happy Sunday to you guys. You guys on YouTube are always my first audience as I get my other streams up. So no way I've been able to figure out how to have all these streams ready to go at the same time. So, but we are talking about the fact that Trump is indeed a wartime president, so to speak. But like I said, even with the strikes on Yemen, that's not going to be the only thing we're talking about. There's quite a bit going on. But as some might say, that's just another day in the Trump world. Every day is a major fucking day. And today is not going to be any different. In fact, I got more topics just from the last 24 hours than I can even fucking talk about. So we're going to go with the big ones. We're going to go with the big ones. I do want to find out from you guys how you're feeling economically as well. We're going to talk about that. Okay, let me go ahead and focus on this so I can get the show going. There we go. All right, I think we got everything going. You have to always make sure you tell YouTube it's not for kids. They don't like kids in politics, I suppose. I guess that's what that is. So, having said that, let's see. I think we got everything. Let me see. All right. Okay, good evening, folks. Let me see if I got my. Yep, all streams are up. We'll go ahead and start in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Yet another day in Trump land means yet another host of topics and a load of phrase I used to use. I haven't used this phrase in a while. Toro feces. When you want to say bullshit's going on, but you really can't say bullshit's going on, I always use the phrase Toro feces. So there is some Toro feces to discuss as well. Nevertheless, this is yet another day in Trump land. And I want to start out by asking you folks, we'll talk about the strikes on Yemen because President Trump is now officially a president that has ordered an act of war. I mean, he actually sent off some F-18s and they hit targets within the sovereign nation of Yemen. So that is indeed an act of war. That doesn't say that Yemen is going to take on the United States, but nevertheless, we have struck a sovereign country under the Trump administration. But what I want to ask you folks is this, and we'll get around to that, but how are you feeling economically? You know, we did not like the Biden administration. I think, as George Carville once stated, it's the economy, stupid. So a lot of Americans voted based on the economy, whether it was cheap egg price, getting egg prices back down, price of groceries, price at the pump, inflation, etc., etc. We've had 2 months of Trump. That ain't saying a lot. He ain't been in there long enough to change the world. So we're not expecting a world from President Trump. But we can ask a simple question. How do you feel about the direction of the economy under President Trump? Does it give you the appearance that it's taking a change for the better as opposed to Biden? Or change for the worse? Or perhaps something you would be concerned with, or are you feeling optimistic? Optimistic, concerned, a change for the better, or a change for the worst? We're going to discuss that because at the end of the day, we all are out here trying to navigate through life. We all got bills to pay. We all got mouths to feed. And the economy affects us all. I don't think hardly anybody watching is a millionaire. If I got a few millionaires, shout out to you. Feel free to donate a galaxy or two while you're watching the program. But most of us are, essentially just the average working American. Some of us are even living check to check. Do you feel like since Trump became president, for you personally, have things gotten better, worse, maybe no change at all? Are you concerned the direction the country is going in economically, or are you optimistic? You feel like things are on a better path? So we're going to talk about that, and certainly from a standpoint of egg prices, grocery prices, price at the pump, and or inflation. These are things that affect the average American. So we'll talk about that. In addition to that, I don't come to the program unless I have clips to run by you. Today is no exception because as you see, the program is titled Trump at War. He is, well, I mean, we talked about Greenland, we talked about Canada, we talked about Panama, we talked about Mexico. Well, now Iran is in the deal. Iran is in the mix. He is making statements in regards to Iran. And what I want you to, I'm going to give you a clip. Now, this is, America is the number one retailer or number one exporter of weapons. We certainly NATO member nations, we supply a hell of a lot of weapons to our NATO allies, but not just NATO allies. Other countries buy weapons and armaments from the United States as well. Canada, who we're going through a trade war with, they have a 19, if I'm correct, I thought it was 13-1-3, but in further research, I'm hearing numbers like 19-1-9. They have a $19 billion order for F-35 aircraft. That is the VSTOL aircraft you see on the monitor behind me, essentially the jump jet. You remember the old Harriers that came out of Britain where they could vertical take off? The F-35 has that capability. So they are purchasing 13 or 19. It's a large order. Billions of dollars from the United States. Now that order, we'll talk about if Canada is going to continue that order, but Canada is not the only nation that purchases F-35s from the United States. I want you to certainly hear this because these are no cheap aircraft. Top of the line, very expensive. We got billion-dollar deals all over the world for our allies purchasing these aircraft, and this could be something of interest. 2 seconds.
Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney is making waves just hours into office, ordering a review of the country's $19 billion contract for F-35 fighter jets with US defense giant Lockheed Martin. The move comes as tensions with Washington are escalating, with President Donald Trump imposing steep 25% tariff on Canadian goods and floating aggressive rhetoric about Canada's economic future. Defense Minister Bill Blair saying the review will assess whether the deal, finalized in 2023, remains the best investment for Canada. So far, the country has made legal commitment for the first 16 jets, but alternatives, including European-built aircraft, are now back on the table.
So in other words, they made a $19 billion commitment to purchase F-35s from us, and now that Trump is in office, they're starting to consider whether they're going to honor that deal or pursue jets coming out of Europe. I think the Swiss have a fighter with the canards on the front. There's several other, America makes some good shit, but there are other really good fighter aircraft that come out of Europe. And you can see that Canada, due to the tariffs, are now rethinking their purchase. What do you think? If you were leading Canada, or if you were Canadian and you had a vote on it, would you suggest that they continue making that deal? Now, you think that's interesting. Now, I see in the comments, Cedric Haney says, who cares? It's only $19 billion, who cares? Well, the clip I played you with the $19 billion deal that is up in the air, that wasn't the first clip I wanted to play you, which is why you heard the music in the beginning. It wasn't queued up right. This is even bigger in my opinion, and I'll let you stated in the comments, but this is also in relation to the F-35.
Shift in U.S. security policy not only has allies in Europe scrambling to increase their defense spending, it also raises uncomfortable questions about their dependence.
Need access to the.
Hang on, I don't know what I hit the wrong button. God damn it. Hang on one second. I want you to hear this clip, and I hate when something like that happens. I gotta rewind the video because I hit the button in the middle of it.
Raises uncomfortable questions about their dependency on American weapons already in their arsenal. One example is the F-35 fighter jet made by American aerospace giant Lockheed Martin. Several prominent voices linked to the defense establishment in Europe have suggested the U.S. has built so-called kill switches into the aircraft, which would allow Washington to remotely deactivate or limit the combat functions of the F-35s sold to foreign allies. Now, 13 European countries have placed orders for the F-35, and they're already operating in several of them, including in the UK and Italy. When the current orders are delivered, more than 570 F-35s will be stationed in Europe, making them a key component of the continent's air defenses.
What do you think? Now, I saw in the comments earlier, I read out one of the viewers who said, who cares, when it was the Canadian deal. Now, when you think about how many F-35s that could be on the table, who cares? The people who work for Lockheed Martin. All of the jobs that would be lost if those contracts are disintegrated for the most part. So when you ask who cares, this is one of the things I will say. I never could understand. Listen, if you think that Biden sucked, you think that Trump's a better leader, or vice versa, however you think, whatever president you choose, when did we enter an era where we no longer gave a fuck about our other fellow brothers and sisters? Every time you're hearing about people getting fired or country, these are people like you that are losing their jobs, that are losing their life. When did we get to the point where we don't give a damn about each other? Because if these contracts are lost, people who work for Lockheed Martin are lost. Every time one of these federal agencies is shut down and people get fired, those are Americans. They're not firing people that are not in the country. These are people that are just like you and me. When did we get to a point where we don't care about each other anymore? I don't understand that. But anyway, I do want to point this out that now they're talking about rumors of an F-35 kill switch. My guess is, now I don't know, that may be true. That would be something sinister if America was selling jets to its allies and programming in ways to turn the damn thing off. That would be sinister. I don't put it above and beyond our government to do that. But that wasn't the topic. The topic is, my guess is, because of how we're treating European allies, they're going to start doing things to undermine us or sabotage our efforts financially, globally, whatever, because we're starting to make a lot of enemies among our allies. So all of a sudden, maybe somebody threw out a trade switch rumor or a kill switch rumor that may not be real. We don't know. I'm certain the United States is never going to come out and admit that they put a kill switch in all the aircraft they sold, but it could just simply be a rumor coming from one of our allies that we've threatened over and over again under the Trump administration, because he is pissing off so many people. But as I just stated, if this F-35 contract goes a bust, that is billions of dollars for Lockheed. And not to mention all of the other companies that play a part in the construction of those aircraft. All of that. These are Americans who are losing out. It's amazing how many of you folks in the comments like, I don't care. Like, really? You don't think it's going to trickle down to you at all? Huh? Wow. Anyway, looking in the comments, I do want to point that out. So in addition to the whole, how you're feeling about the economy, I do want to point out all of this right here with the F-35. Then, of course, I got one other topic before we start taking calls and getting the program underway. This one here, saw this on Fox News a few days ago. I'm going to play it, and then we're going to talk about it, because it should ring a bell with you the minute you hear it from Trump's first term.
big news today. The first on Iran. The president says he is calling on Tehran to come to the table to negotiate a nuclear deal. This from a preview of the president's interview with our own Maria Bartiromo that will air in its entirety Sunday.
I hope that Iran, and I've written him a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini?
Yes.
When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to negotiate?
I didn't say you better. I said, I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
And on Russia, the president posted this earlier based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine.
I didn't even think about the Russian-Ukraine thing. That's a whole nother deal. But now you notice he's talking about it. I see my HDMI cable came on, so the monitor went blank for a minute there. But you see him talking about, he wrote a letter to Iran and he wants to enter a deal or talk. Isn't he the one that canceled the Iran deal between him and Obama? Why would Iran enter a deal with him when he completely violated the last deal they entered with the United States? Does that make any sense at all? That the United States made a deal with Iran. Trump gets elected in 2016 and just simply says, it's a terrible deal. I'm going to trash it and tear it up. Now, Iran done made a deal with America. They don't make deals with each individual president. They made a deal with America. Trump gets elected and tears up the deal. Similar to all of these other tariff and trade deals he's doing now with everything from NAFTA to the Paris Accord. Why would Iran enter a deal with the United States under Trump when he is shown he is known for breaking deals? I mean, so, and I see in the comments, someone made an interesting point. Wonder Woman, shout out to Linda Carter, good series from the 70s. You're saying it was a bad deal. Here's the point. I've mentioned this before on the show, and I'll start taking calls momentarily. When the United States makes a deal, doesn't matter who the president is, you're making a deal with the United States. So then Trump gets elected and says, you know what, the deal you made with the last president was a bad deal. We're no longer going to honor it. Why would you make a deal with Trump based on what he said, indicating that the next president that precedes him might tear that up as well? If you can tear up the deal that was made by Obama, you're now telling me that somebody may tear up the deal that's made by you. You have shown us that the United States is not as trustworthy as the ink of the deal. Why would you make a deal once he's done that? That just makes no sense at all. Folks, it was a bad, listen, I always use the example. I use the Cadillac example often. Let's say you go out, you're looking for a car, you go out and find a brand new Cadillac that's being sold for $8,000 or $9,000 below what it actually should cost. You go to the dealership and the owner's wife is there. She has the ability to make deals with you. She sells you a car $8,000 cheaper than it should be. You got a fantastic deal. You drive the car home. You've completed the deal. You've gotten a steal. The next morning you wake up and her husband is outside your house with a tow truck. My wife made a stupid deal. We're taking this car back. Would you ever do business with that outfit again? Would you ever do business with an outfit like that makes deals and just cancels them because the next guy thinks that the last guy made a dumb deal with you? So I'm not saying that Trump may not have been right or wrong in regards to saying the deal that they made with Obama was a stupid deal or whatever. But at the end of the day, your word is all you have. You can't just break the word of the United States because you thought it was a dumb deal. Because now you're actually acting to show the world that our word is not trustworthy. And that's exactly what he has done by breaking out of these deals like NAFTA, the Paris Accord, and all these other deals by calling them stupid. Somebody signed on the dotted line representing America when they did that. So when you break these deals, you're showing people that anytime somebody signs on the dotted line representing America, that don't mean shit. the next guy could just get out of that. I'm surprised so many folks favored him just literally trashing our word to get a better deal. Just trashed our word to do that. Anyhow, so looking in the comments, modern day bully says big homie. So we're going to be taking calls as always. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. I got a bad HDMI cord. I'm going to have to end up purchasing another damn cord because my monitor keeps going out. Now I don't just spill my damn shit. Anyway, but you know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are indeed MAGA friendly. Been that way since day one. Always will be that way. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So everybody gets to speak. You don't have to be left, right, or centered. You don't have to be concerned with the host trying to tell you how you should speak. There's always about free speech here. If you like that type of dialogue where everybody gets to speak without any concern of somebody trying to dictate your speech, you're in the right place. Follow the program if you're on TikTok. We're on Clapper today. Feel free to drop a follow on Clapper or whatever it's called on Clapper and a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Go into the box. We'll go straight to one of my subscribers as always. Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the program.
I haven't been up here for a while. Did you miss me?
I won't respond to that just yet, depending on what you say. So what about my statement about breaking deals? Do you favor that? If the next president thinks Trump made a bad deal, do you think they should just break it?
It depends on the deal. You see, one thing I know people don't want to hear. So let's use your example of the car being repoed. Sure. If it was just a deal that was pretty innocent, you would never do business with that person. But if you thought you got one over on that person, let's say the wife of the owner or of the car or whatever, and you thought you got one over and you knew you kind of made out like bandits and you kind of screwed her over, you might kind of realize, I kind of screwed her over.
Really?
Her husband decided not to honor the deal.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, how do you know? Let's say anytime you're trying to purchase a car, a house, furniture, whatever, you're trying to get a good deal. How do you know that if you walk away thinking you got a decent deal, someone else may think that you got over on them? Whatever happened to all sales final?
Well, first off, let's kind of put this in another context. I have a brother who's mentally disabled.
Okay.
And he's severely mentally disabled.
Okay.
Imagine if somebody told him imagine if somebody pulled out fake money, like Monopoly money, and said, "I'll give you all this money." No, I'm dead serious.
I'm listening.
I'll give you all this money, or even just play money that looks real. Okay, and in return, you give me something like his cell phone or something like that. I guarantee you that nobody would say, "Oh, you shouldn't find the person who did that." That doesn't remotely. No, I'm not. I swear. No one would say, "Oh, you shouldn't find that person and smack him upside the head."
Yeah, but that doesn't remotely come close to the deal that Obama made, because most of the world, most of the free world. Hold on. Let me also.
Horrible.
The free world, all of our NATO allies favored that deal and did not favor Trump breaking it. So it's a horrible deal.
The last time NATO had our best interest?
What do you mean when we went into war after September 11th? They didn't have to. If they didn't have our best interest at heart, they wouldn't have joined the war. They put their lives on the line. What are you talking about?
They were never in our best interest.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that they've never worked with us in a way that was ever beneficial in the long run.
I just gave you them joining the war at the September 11th, even though they didn't get hit. What do you want them to do?
And for the most part, they shouldn't have even been involved, because that's not their purpose. Their original purpose was to be a front against communism and the Soviet Union, correct?
No, you've heard of where we go one, we go all. I'm sure MAGA know about that. All for one, NATO's purpose is to be a united front so that if somebody attacks one of us, they attack all of us. That's more of the goal. Now, obviously, preventing the spread of the Soviet Union was part of that as well, but it's certainly us banding together to protect each other. What do you want them to do? You said they've never done anything for us. What do you want them to do?
I want them to protect themselves.
They are protecting themselves.
In what way?
They have a military budget. They provide intelligence to America. They allow us to have bases on their continent. They work with us in all sorts of ways.
Is the only two only one of those is undeniably a benefit, which is the intel sharing, and the other one is disputable, which is on the basis, because I don't even believe we should have bases on other people's land like that. And number three, the majority of the time they just use us as a piggy bank for their own defense.
So do you think America would be better off? Do you think America would be better off if we had no allies and we just stood on our own?
I think that we need better allies.
Like who? Russia?
Not Russia, because Russia is Russia. Russia is their own third thing. I mean, they're not. We should trade with Russia.
Who are the better? Give me some better allies. Better than the UK and France and Germany. Who are these better allies? Better than Canada.
So far we don't have a whole lot of options. But we need them to have new leadership that will make them the allies that we deserve them to be.
What do you want them to do that they're not doing now?
Elect better governments that will actually respect the United States and its budget a lot more.
America's the wealthiest country out of all of our allies. What do you want them to do? You're saying they're not respecting our budget. We're wealthier than all of them. What else do you want?
I do not care. They need to start opening up their own factories, building their own weapons, and doing their own thing by themselves. We are not responsible for them as much as we are way more responsible for them than we ever should have been.
Yeah, you sound like the wife at the car dealership. So you're okay if Trump comes in and he thinks a previous president made a bad deal. You think it's okay to just break those deals?
Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, it depends on how bad the deal is. So if the deal is just a little unfavorable, sure. But if we got completely screwed over, at some point you got to call shenanigans and say, no, that was a bullshit deal and you fucking knew it.
You could when you're the wealthiest country on earth, chances are every deal's not going to be equal. I did a video where I did an example.
That's underplaying it, though.
What do you mean it's underplaying?
That's underplaying it.
How?
I'm saying, and the deal was awful. It wasn't just a little bit uneven. It was an awful deal.
How was it? And you think all of NATO agree and we just unilaterally have the right answer and they all got the wrong answer?
I didn't say that.
That is what you're saying.
I'm saying we don't need to be funding them anymore. I would have said we don't need to completely shut down on NATO, but we need them to start the member nations to start contributing a lot more, not only to the budget, but the actual manufacturing and defense of their own countries.
You know why they're not? You know why these
military to begin with.
You know why these nations are not contributing as much to their defense budgets? They haven't been at war continuously for 70 damn years. They're like other nations that have a few weapons and nobody fucks with them. America's always contributing to its military budget because we're always in other people's business. They don't need to do that.
We shouldn't be in these forever wars.
Then if we're not in forever wars, then we don't need to contribute as much either.
Exactly. That is my point. That's my point. You see, I'm so sick of people saying that America is like, you realize other countries hate us because we're always in other people's business. And I don't blame them. Didn't Trump promise to stop that? Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's the point.
Wait. You said that Trump is going to stop that and get out of other people's business by annexing Canada, taking over the Panama Canal, taking over Green. You're telling me he's trying to get out of other people's business while promising to do all of that stuff?
The only thing that I'm really concerned about is Greenland and Canada. That's the only thing that I don't like about what Trump was doing. Because at first Trump seemed to be joking when he was going after Canada. And I don't care what you say, if it had just stuck to that one joke, calling Trudeau Governor Trudeau, that would have been funny.
What about Gaza, the Riviera of the Middle East?
They elected a terrorist governments.
We are getting out of other people's business. You don't sound like you're doing that.
And you do realize that Hamas sponsors terror that happens that wants to attack.
That is Israel's problem. Israel's over there. They're next door to them. Why are we in there? You said we're going to get out of other people's business. Now you're making up reasons to get back in it.
Temporarily, until Israel can take it back.
So when does temporary end?
Temporary ends within 2 years.
Based on what? You think Hamas or Hezbollah or you think these groups are going to go away in 2 years?
In 2 years, I guarantee you. I know this is going to sound kind of controversial.
It's already been that way, but keep going.
I don't think we should have a two-state solution. I think Israel should control the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
Jeremy, you're getting out of overseas involvement. Who gives a damn what you think? You're not in it. You just said we're getting out of it. What are you talking about?
Because once Israel does that, they can permanently shut down.
Why are you in it? You said we're going to get out of it. Why are you telling Israel and the Palestinians what to do? You just said we're getting out of it.
So that way they can't sponsor terror that comes back to the homeland.
And who determines if they're sponsoring terror?
They've already been proven to do that.
But if you're not in other people's business, you're not making that decision. You don't sound like you want to get out of anything.
No. I'm not saying don't whack a mole when it pops up. I'm saying whack it so hard or it never pops back up. Afghanistan should have been 2 years. We should have hunted down on Bin Laden and we should have been out of. We should have never been in Iraq. We should have just left Iraq to itself after Gulf War, okay? And we should have gone after Afghanistan. Turn the whole place upside down, find Bin Laden, and if we have to go into Pakistan and whatever, and end it there, and make sure.
Okay, so you have a problem with Greenland. You said you have a problem with Canada. You're saying Gaza, Palestinian 2 years. What about him talking about Iran now? He just said this yesterday. What about that one?
And about the nuclear deal. Yeah, again, I think renegotiating and to have a better deal would be a good thing.
But why is he is saying that if they don't negotiate, he is saying if they don't negotiate, it's going to be bad for Iran, like he's going to bomb them.
Well, sometimes you got to give a little carrot and stick.
When do we get out of overseas involvement? You basically sound like we're still playing the world's police. I'm not hearing the end of any of this.
No. No. Let's make sure we understand what's actually happening. Okay. Let's not get twisted.
I'm listening to you.
Okay. So every conflict I'm talking about and everything I'm saying we should do or not do, it's all about if someone is directly not attacking, but directly causing us unnecessary pain. Like how Iran is helping the Houthis.
He said they can't get a bomb.
What?
He said they cannot get the nuclear weapon.
Yeah, so?
That's playing the world's police. You're telling me I can't have a gun, but you can have one? That's playing world's police.
I'm saying Iran is already sponsoring other groups of people that actively attack our trade ships. Why would you want to give them a bomb?
Because you're saying that Iran is sponsoring the Houthis or people that attack us. You know, the Palestinians could say the same thing because we sponsor Israel. We sponsor a lot of countries that attack other people. So what's the difference?
Israel's much more justified.
What? So who gets to decide who's justified and who's not? I'm hearing world police. I am hearing world police over this whole conversation.
Again, it's only if it comes directly back to us. Okay? We should go in and get out of the Israel Gaza conflict. In real fast, out real fast. Okay? And then what we should do is this is where I disagree with Trump. I'm not unwilling to call him out when I think he's doing something wrong.
Are you sure?
We should leave Greenland and Canada alone.
Are you sure?
Yes. Leave Greenland and Canada alone.
I'm hearing two-state solution. That is certainly playing world's police. You've talked about Yemen. You talked about Iran.
No. I said I don't believe in the two-state solution for Israel.
What about the whole Riviera of the Middle East? Do you support that?
Riviera. I'm not sure what you mean.
He's going to turn Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East, and the Palestinians can't even come home. You support that?
I'm sorry, but at some point when you repeatedly break...
You sound like a cop. You sound like a cop. You literally sound like a police officer, what you're saying right now. World's police, I'm hearing it throughout your conversation. You literally sound like a cop telling me, well, when you break the law, this is what happens. You sound like a cop.
And when you repeatedly break agreements over and over and over again.
Exactly.
And you're unwilling to change, and you have it in your charter or that you will wipe Israel off the map. That's in Hamas's charter. That's literally part of... You're going to really tell me Trump, known for breaking agreements, has any right at all to talk about a charter from somebody else? He is known for breaking agreements himself, but now you're going to talk about what you need to pay attention to this. Deal, which ones?
What?
Other than the Iran deal, which ones?
Paris Accord, NAFTA. I mean, he's talking about talking about NATO, talked about the World Health Organization. You name it, he breaking all of it. He even breaking them with American employees.
Hold on. Most of those were just him choosing to not continue not continue things, okay? That happens all the time. That's not the same as breaking an agreement.
So, I don't know.
It's not. No. Like, let's say, okay, like if you wanted to buy a car from me and we agree on a price, that's an agreement, and then we walk away. If all of a sudden, your company is buying like bicycles from my company, and you're putting like you're turning them from regular bicycle out frames into like e-bikes or something. If we just decide just to go with a different company, that's not breaking a deal. That's just us not working with you anymore.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Where you lost me is when you start telling me, this person sponsors terror or this person sponsors... We're doing all of that stuff for other countries, and we're totally okay with it. America gives weapons to countries all the time that have offensive actions on other countries, but all of a sudden, because Iran is giving it to a country that does it to us, now it's wrong. That is world's police.
We don't have to continue that, though.
What?
We don't have to continue to do that, though.
No, what I'm talking about is we're saying that it's okay when and you say we don't have to continue doing it. Trump is not talking about stop doing it. He's not talking about he's no longer going to help out Israel.
And he should be.
Because just like you said, Iran is sponsoring Houthis and folks that are attacking us. Israel is also using weapons that we give them to attack Iran. So it's the same thing.
Yeah,
our weapons is hitting other nations as well.
Yeah, I know. And and after a while, Israel should just become a regular trade partner that we sell but not give away weapons to. Because I'm fine, and with us selling to people, I'm not okay with us just giving an arm and a leg to Israel. And I'm okay with that.
All I'm hearing is it's good when we do it, but it's wrong when they do it. Jeremy, I do got to move on.
I'm saying we shouldn't do it forever.
All right. Well, I haven't heard Trump make any inclination that he's going to stop, so I got to move it on, man.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Always a pleasure. That is indeed Jeremy. Always welcome back. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Get the likes on up to about 20,000. We can certainly make that happen if you show the program some love. Did I miss a super chat in there somewhere? I just want to make sure I did not. Apparently I didn't. Anyhow, moving on with the program. Yes, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000 if you will. Eugene, what is it? Eugene said, keep him on. We got other people that want to come on. By the way, if you want to come on, feel free to come on across. Doesn't matter how far to the right, how far to the left you are. We'll bring you right up, and you can tell me what I'm getting wrong, because I've seen plenty of folks in the comments. Well, we're tired of paying for stuff. I get it. I am not totally disagreeing with Trump when he said maybe some deals that were not in the best interest of the U.S. was made in the past. I'm sure we can find some of that, but that doesn't mean you break the word of the United States. If you enter into a deal, you honor the deal. That's all I'm saying. Because at the end of the day, there may be a president in the future that thinks some of the deals that Trump is entering in are bad deals. Also, he's not just doing this stuff internationally. Folks are signing contracts to have jobs in America, and he's breaking those deals. That's why a lot of courts are forcing him to rehire people he's firing, because he's not honoring those deals right either. I mean, he's just, when I want to do something, I'm just going to do it. There has to be some type of officiating to it. You just can't wake up and say this is over with. Real quick, looking in the comments, like Goodfellas, the movie brought in the front door, sold out the back door. Something like that. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on with Mike. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. Are you there?
Good Lord, yeah, I'm here.
You always follow.
Yeah, shit.
I'm assuming you heard something you disagree with.
Yeah, I had to stop my ears from bleeding after listening to all that bullshit Jeremy was spewing. This shit's ridiculous.
Well,
man.
but he does believe that Trump was trying to save us from bad deals that former presidents got us into.
I know what he believes, Tim. What he believes and what actually has happened is two different things, clearly. But here's the thing: he's never going to agree with it unless Trump doesn't say it. So it really doesn't matter. Right?
I'll give you another example of something that's more domestic. Because everybody says it's okay to come to this country, just come here legally. Under Biden, coming to America and claiming asylum was a legal way to come to this country. So you had a bunch of people come here. Now, many folks did not like how he did that, talking about President Biden, but he had the presidential right to do what he did. And folks were coming here legally by claiming asylum. They're in the country, they got court dates or however they have to go through the process. Trump gets elected and suddenly they go from going through the process legally to becoming a fugitive, because he changed all of a sudden. The way you came here under Biden is now a crime now. So I don't get it. Why are so many folks okay with him just changing how we do things?
Racism, my guy.
Ooh.
I'll say it again. Racism, my guy. It's not even a question at this point. At this point, it's not a question. He tells you what he's. Listen, think about this. The Aliens Act, right?
Yeah.
To your point, the Aliens Act, which he just invoked to get those 5 Venezuelans out of here, right?
From the 1700s.
From the 1700s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But again, during the campaign, you and I talked about this too, when he kept using the word invasion, and he kept using the word invasion, and he kept using the word invasion.
Vermin and poison in the blood of the country.
Yes. But the word invasion, they were setting that up to say, hey, because if it's an invasion on the U.S., you can invoke these things and people will feel good about them, right? And they kept saying that the entire campaign, right?
Yeah.
And now the courts, and this is where we talk about a deal, or is our word, or is our constitution, or our laws mean anything? The courts told him or put a freeze on that. Nope, you can't do it. Matter of fact, the courts turned around later on that night on Saturday and made it a class action suit, and he sent them anyway.
Yeah. I heard the judge said the planes that are in the air deporting people should have to turn around, but I mean,
right.
It's not like Congress, anybody's going to get in his way. So at this point, I understand why he's not listening. I mean, a judge can say whatever the hell he wants. If ain't nobody going to enforce it, it's kind of meaningless.
That's the next part, right? You're right. So, but you're right. But the question, it goes back to, but that's a deal. That's a quote unquote deal.
Yeah.
Or breaking a deal, or not holding up your end of the bargain. You invoked this. The judge said no. So if we were talking about a normal climate, then clearly it would be enforced. But that's not what's happening. And it's not happening because that's not their plan. That's not their design, Tim. That's not what's happening today. That's not what's going on.
So what is Mike, what is happening? You tell me what the hell is going on, not to quote the guy in the movie The Hangover, but what the hell is going on?
Project 2025, fascism at its finest. They're trying to erase people off the map. You can't name me one executive order. You can't name me one executive order that was for the benefit of marginalized communities. Not one.
Well, let me put on my MAGA hat. I can give you some orders that are for the benefit of marginalized communities.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, first of all, if
But
these
do it
folks
without a
are,
smile.
huh?
Say it without a smile.
If these folks are in communities of color, like I got relatives in Chicago that are like, you got to get these fools out of here. They're laying all up and down the street. They're homeless. They're robbing and stealing shit. They're getting EBT cards and stuff that we cannot get. They are working under the table, and now they're even competing with us for black jobs. So getting them out of these areas, there are minorities throughout New York and Chicago and Denver and liberal cities that are like, I'm glad Trump got them out of here.
Is that what happened, or is that what they said?
That's what's happening.
Well, okay, so that's what they're saying that's happening, Tim. But if you were doing it the right way, why would you need to go against these court orders, Tim? If you were doing it the right way, why would we be having these conversations? That's not what's happening. Well,
in defense of Trump, putting my MAGA hat back on, in defense of Trump, if you do it the right way, it takes forever. You remember after the Mandalay Bay shooting, he was talking about sometimes you gotta, if a person is mentally ill, you got to take away guns first and then give them due process because it takes too long for the courts. Trump has made it clear that if he want to do something, he don't want the courts getting in the way. He was even going to do that with the Second Amendment till the 2A people got to his ass. But it's the same with this. You say if there's nothing wrong with it, why weren't you doing it the right way? Because it takes too long. They're going to be filing appeals. They're going to be lawyers trying to help out these immigrants. He doesn't want to have to be delayed by the courts.
Because it's not about doing the right thing, Tim. It's about doing their thing. We're not talking about the right thing. We're talking about their thing. We're talking about Project 2025. We're talking about demonizing DEI and woke and all of that shit so they can go in and remove black and brown and the trans community from the history books. They're literally trying to erase us from the history books.
But that's a different argument, though. That's a different argument.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You asked me to name something he's done for marginalized communities. Now you're talking about transgender. That's a different argument.
How do you remove quote unquote marginalized people from a community illegally, by the way?
I didn't say he was batting 1,000. I just gave you that he does have at least one base hit on his record. I didn't say he's batting 1,000.
I don't even consider that a base hit.
I got people in Chicago that told me, because I asked them, like, are you seeing people, we go riding on Lakeshore Drive and stuff. Those Venezuelans were everywhere during the Biden administration. Are they still hanging out? Like, no, they're in hiding. They've got off the streets. The streets are a lot clearer. I mean, there are people of color in Chicago that are happy these folks ain't all over the place.
And I know people, well, here's the thing. Have they been removed, or are they getting the hell out of the way so they don't get deported? See, depending on how you're looking at
probably
it.
Right? Probably the latter. But
okay. So my point is, what are we actually doing? We're doing it out of fear. We're doing it out of this idea that they want to be a dictator. They're doing it out of fear that they want to race bait and they want to continue to oppress marginalized people. Now, you want to give them a base hit for that. I say they're working towards their ultimate goal of being fascist. I say they're working against their ultimate goal of being a white nation again.
How you gonna turn America into a white nation? There's got to be there's 15. How many millions of African Americans alone? Hispanics are even double what black people are. How you gonna turn America into a white nation?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. By having mass deportation to get the brown people out of here. That's what they've been talking about. They said the largest mass deportation in the history of the country.
What are you going to do?
US, right?
You going to deport black and brown natural born citizens?
Is that what he's trying to do or not? You tell me if what I'm saying is true. He's trying to denaturalize naturalized citizens, yes, by executive order. Yes,
I haven't heard this. You're telling me my black ass born in the 1970s is up for deportation?
Is that not what he's trying to do or not?
No. Where's he gonna send me to?
I don't know where they're gonna send you to. When I'm trying to,
no, he ain't trying to do all that.
Okay, well listen. Why would you try to denaturalize U.S. citizens? I didn't say that, Tim.
I know that he is talking about getting rid of birthright citizenship, but I'm under the impression that is ongoing, not retroactive, so that if somebody was born to illegal immigrants back in the 80s, you can kick them out. I haven't heard that.
Let me ask you this. Would you trust it, Tim?
That's a different question.
No, it's not. No, it's not, damn it. You can say that. Would you trust it?
That's a different question. That's a different question.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So this is why these conversations matter. When you go out to, matter of fact, I was just reading it before you pulled me up. So Charles Calvin Rogers, right? A U.S. Army officer, right?
Okay.
He was a Medal of Honor recipient, black man, Medal of Honor. Why are they removing them? Why are they removing them from the websites? Why are they removing men and women and veterans from Arlington Cemetery's registry?
He don't like the woke. He doesn't like the LGBTQ. He doesn't like the DEI.
This is a black man that was born in 1929 and served this country until he passed away in 1990. You're trying to say what he doesn't like. I'm telling you what they're doing.
Well, I get it. Look, I can put my MAGA hat on only so far. In regards to that stuff, I'm not going to deny there is a large portion of black and brown history that Trump is not comfortable with being discussed. I mean, I do believe that some black and brown history, black accomplishments, like things that people discuss during Black History Month. I do believe that he would be happier if America did not just focus on the accomplishments of black people and go back to a time before Black History Month was around, when we most of the time discussed white accomplishments. I do believe that.
And so why would you do that? That's my question to you. Why would you try to erase something, accomplishments from other people? Why? I know you don't want to answer that question, but you know why. Why are they investigating 50 universities for quote unquote DEI crackdown? Why?
Well, the DEI stuff, I've made it clear on the program many times that DEI has become synonymous with African American minority. And it has nothing to do with lack of merit, because otherwise they would be showing you how these folks lacked merit, and they're not. They're just yelling DEI. So, that part I kind of agree with you on.
DEI is the dog whistle for black, brown, women, trans community, all of that shit they want gone. Period. Full stop. Woke is the same thing. They're removing them out of the military that have decorated service. Why? You removed a 4-star general that had, and clearly we know if you're a black 4-star general, you earned that shit. Let's just call it what it is. You remove him.
Well, the problem with the 4-star general, like you said, if you're a 4-star general, you earned it. But in his case, it's even more so because he got the last star from Trump. So I don't know how that worked. How Trump appointed him, and then later in the second administration said the guy was DEI or something like that. I don't understand that.
Because they're doing it in our face, and we cannot. We can have these lies and these debates all we want, but at the bottom line is they're doing exactly what I'm saying they're doing and what they say they're going to do, Tim. It's in Project 2025. Just like Doge. All of this shit has been laid out. We've been talking about it forever. They're doing it, and these are the reasons they're doing it. And like I told you all the entire time, this is 14 tenets of fascism. They're running their play. And they're doing it in our face. And Trump is not. And again, the whole thing with Yemen. Why? I thought I heard them say there weren't going to be any more war conflict.
That's what I thought. I thought that too, but you saw what Jeremy, when I started talking to Jeremy, the caller before you, he kind of fell apart on that. All of a sudden it went from we're going to get out of overseas conflicts to, well, we're going to do it temporarily.
Right. But I remember Jeremy before the election. I remember Jeremy, Twisted, MAGA Reacts, DJ Julio always talking about, he's not for war, he's for all this shit before the election. Yeah. And now they're making excuses as to why we would be entering into conflict. And if you notice, Tim, I'll land my plane here. He's doing it to Yemen, but on March 4th, he just designated them he put them on the foreign terrorist active list. You understand that, right?
I'm surprised they weren't already on there, though. Yemen is.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what came out. So once you designate them this, then
you can
they
strike.
feel like it gives them the freedom to do what they want to do.
Well, the problem is we need to keep in mind he put the Mexican cartel on that same list.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing. A lot of things that he's railing against, he literally did. He gave temporary protected status to the Venezuelans. He gave temporary protected status to the Haitians, the very people that he started to demonize. He did that. He's the one that killed
that's where I went. Yeah, and that's what when I was using the Cadillac deal or the analogy is that, you know, it's hard doing business when somebody make change from one point. I mean, a lot of things he was okay with doing his first administration that he may have even signed on a dotted line. He's now telling us it was a bad deal or it was a dumb deal. Like with the Iran deal, he's suggesting that Iran needs to come sit down at the table. It's like, you were the one that broke the last deal. Why would we want to sit back down with you? Because, again,
you're 100% right. Same thing with Zelensky. Are we watching what's happening? If I watch him sit down, if I'm in line and I'm waiting to sit down at the table and talk to him, and I see how he's talking to the people in front of me, I would be a fucking fool to sit down next and believe him. I mean, just think about it, Tim.
I can't argue with that.
No, because there's no argument for it, because at the end of the day, we are creatures of habit. You don't go. What do you go to the doctor for, Tim? What do you go to the doctor for?
Go for checkups, proactive care.
Okay, but what happens when you're not feeling good? Then what happens?
Then you go for that as well.
And because you're dealing with symptoms, so you call them and you rely on them to give you their professional diagnosis based on the symptoms that you're telling them. Yes or no?
Well, not if you're RFK, but I get your point.
But if you ignore those symptoms, fair enough. Touche. I like what you did there. But when you go, you're going for that reason. If you couldn't trust them, why would you go?
It's a good point.
And that's what's happening. Why sit at the table when you're looking at that person behind you on that screen that you can't trust? You can't trust him. He literally, when he did the assault on Yemen, I don't know if you read his Truth Social. When he assaulted Yemen, then he turned around and told Iran, "Hey, listen. You better not threaten, say nothing bad about me." I'm paraphrasing. They don't have it open in front of me.
I got the post on here. I didn't read. Okay. They were just about to show it when I was playing the clip, but that's
read it.
That's typical Trump. That is typical Trump.
That is typical Trump. But and again, people like MAGA Reacts and Twisted and Jeremy, they can twist themselves in pretzels to make sense of it all they want. And if I use my doctor analogy, they see all the symptoms and they still won't go to the doctor. They're going to be stage 3, stage 4 when they finally do.
All right, Mike. Appreciate it coming through. Wow.
Tap the screen, share the live. We got to get you to at least 30,000.
Yes, we can certainly do that. We can certainly do it. Thank you, Mike. By the way, Denkel, shout out to you for that galaxy. And he's right. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We're talking about a few things that are going on. You see on the monitor behind me. Real quick, the fourth horseman, do apologize for not acknowledging your support, your super chat says, people forgot that Obama decimated Yemen. Why wouldn't the Houthis take this opportunity to attack trade routes? Oh, the party's not over yet. The party is not over yet, Horseman. It just is not over yet. But as I was mentioning with my first caller, not my last caller, but my first caller, Trump did run a campaign on getting us out of overseas conflicts, and he seems to be doing just the opposite. When we think about Greenland, taking the Panama Canal, annexing Canada as a 51st state, now he's attacked Yemen, and he's threatening Iran, all in the span of 7 weeks. You know, when we talk about the economy, folks always say, well, he's only been in 7-8 weeks. How can you expect so much? Well, he seems to be doing a lot on the war front. So we're going to talk about that. Looking at the comments, I love the tag team idea with Russia. Rick says, I love the tag team idea with Russia. Tag team on who? Who's the opponent? Are you going to say 2 superpowers are taking on the Ukraine? Who is the opponent to tag team with? No, we are not. 1 trillion EU and UK are spending on our own armies. You wanted us to stand on our own feet. Now we are. Bye-bye U.S. military complex, smaller U.S. Army, and changes to second A. Thanks. Donald J. Trump says, I report, I'm going to have to put my spectacles on to read some of that, but We're not standing. Some of the things you're saying are not accurate, such as you're saying you wanted us to stand on our own. Well, isn't that what Trump promised? But that's not what he is delivering. Either we're going to focus only on America and stop wasting money and nation building overseas, or we're not. Okay, if we're not going to nation build anymore, then why are you talking about the Riviera of the Middle East with Gaza? That's exactly what that is. So he's saying one thing and doing another. But continuing on with the program, bullying is the only way for him to look powerful because election promises were mostly lies. Rianne, I'm going to say all of his promises, I won't say they all were lies. In fact, if I had to state, I would say that most of the things Trump is getting in trouble for have nothing to do with his election promises at all. His election promises on the border have been pretty good. If you wanted the border to be secure, he certainly delivered on that. Now, the economy, not so good. Not so good. So you wanted smaller government? Oh, he's going to give you no government by the time he's done. So some of his promises have been good. Some of them have been spot on. Others have been just stuff we never asked for. Going back to the box, Gangsta, good evening. Welcome to the program. Who did I hit? Then Cal.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so what do you think? Now that we've hit Yemen, what the hell's going on?
It's so funny here you say that.
We've hit
After
Yemen.
he said, look, no wars. We out of everything with day one. Now you say, now that we've hit Yemen.
You know, and that's great. Yeah, you are right, because I was the one giving Trump credit for that. That under his watch we didn't have no wars and all that stuff.
All the time. You
Yeah, that was me.
Didn't you like it? Didn't you like it when we weren't in no foreign wars?
That was one of my biggest MAGA greatest hits. I was always giving Trump credit for. So under him we didn't have any new wars, and then boom, we reelect him, and in the second month he's already striking people. So that ain't gonna happen this time.
That's hilarious. And, and the things that we go over now is like all of these things that we're talking about now are the things that we were talking about before. And the Trumplicans was always saying, no, that's not going to ever happen. He wouldn't do No, he's never going to do that stuff. Like he's just for America first, and it doesn't have anything to do with race. And then after he's erasing all of the damn African American and female history from our records and stuff, they quiet. I don't see DJ Julio or Gen X coming up here every day.
Well, they favor that though. Well, I agree with you that if somebody had said 6 months ago that if you elect Trump, he gonna get rid of Black History Month and affirmative action. Yeah, they would. You're liberal fearmonger. I agree with you there. But now that he's done it, they actually agree with that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they might agree with it, but it's nothing that they can come up here and have a logical conversation with it about, because we could always bring up what they actually said. Like the internet is undefeated. Like we know what they said. Like we can pull up your old YouTube videos and we can watch them. Yeah. And we can listen.
I may have to do that because all of my lives are archived on YouTube. I may have to go through some of those back in that area and bring that stuff
up. We can have these same conversations, but now they be in the comments, shooting their little shots here and there towards people, but they won't dare come up here and defend the positions they took just 2 months ago.
Yeah, I can't even defend them.
Overreacting. He's just gonna make us better. And then when you ask them, did you think he was gonna try to fire 250,000 government employees? They're not gonna say nothing about that. They might say we cool with it, because what else can they say about it?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. If anybody had predicted that if Trump gets elected, thousands of veterans are going to lose their job, they would have really, I can't even listen to this liberal no more. He's been so idiotic. If somebody had said, I can't even watch this person. But now that it's happening, you are right. People are just coming up with ways of how it's justified. But yeah, he's going to cut the VA. And maybe the Department of Education was somewhat predictable because of what he did the last time with Betsy DeVos. He clearly didn't like it. But some of these other organizations, like the CIA and all of that stuff, There's no way anybody
I'm
thought
talking
that
about
was
the FBI when
Yeah.
they talked about weaponizing. Remember, their big word was lawfare. It was lawfare. They're doing lawfare against him. Now he's literally firing anybody, no matter what their position. If they had to work on a case that had something to do with what he didn't like, they're getting fired. That is lawfare. That is lawfare at its finest. It has nothing to do with your merit, your ability to do your job. If you disagree with something, he said that if people are protesting Tesla dealerships, that
should
is
be
illegal.
Yeah, it should be illegal. Yeah. I mean, do you think can you see a day in America where all of the stuff that he's talking about has actually come to fruition, where it does indeed be illegal to protest the Tesla dealership, to say something negative about him online does indeed put you at risk for getting arrested? Do you see a possibility of that actually coming true?
In the short term, yes. But in the long term, no. Because you see what's happening to Amy Coney Barrett. Like, when you start doing that at the highest levels, like, look, we can have a conversation about, like, whether we think he's doing things the right way or whatever, but we have crossed the lexicon. When the courts told him to return those planes, and he said, fuck you, we have crossed the lexicon. We are in a constitutional crisis.
Is there any way now? I'm pleading ignorance on this one because I don't know. But in the era of Trump, it's worth discussing. Is there any way that he can get rid of a Supreme Court justice?
No. The only way they can be removed is from impeachment.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be done by the Republican Congress?
No. I'm not. I would have to. I don't want to lie to you, so I don't know about that. But look, they're there for lifetime terms. They can't just be like.
I mean, I agree with you, but I'm saying, is there any slick backdoor methods? I mean, let's say you wanted to replace Amy Coney Barrett with Judge Jeanine Pirro from Fox. I mean, she is a judge.
You could threaten her whole family and make her so scared that she steps down.
Okay, just want to make sure there's a way. I feel like two mob bosses talking about how to do things back home. There's got to be some kind of way we can get a hold of this casino, right, then, Cal?
Yeah, you make her wake up. You make her wake up next to a horse head in her bed.
Yeah,
and her sister, and her whole family is saying, "Look, hey, you got to get out of it." Like, yeah, there's always a way.
Wow.
But
wasn't her sister receiving bomb threats?
Say what?
Wasn't her sister receiving bomb threats?
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe it's already underway.
And so I would like for you to like add that in when you're talking to your MAGA friends, to ask them, how do they feel about people giving bomb threats to a justice that Trump put on.
Well, they'll bring up, when I put my MAGA hat on, I can see other side. They're going to bring up what happened to Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh, they were out protesting in front of his house and all of that. The liberals were doing that.
Right. But, it's not like liberal justices haven't been, that's not, but bomb threats during a time when you're in power, during a time when these are the people that you put in, like, it's different when somebody else is in power and they're threatening you.
Right.
But have we heard Trump come out and said, look, this is unacceptable?
Any time something is done on his behalf, he's not going to criticize it. I mean, if somebody were to actually blow up Amy Coney Barrett's house and got arrested, they would be a hostage. I mean, we've seen what happened with January 6th, so Trump is not going to criticize. Didn't he send out some kind of some kind of quote from something in history that said, if you're fighting on behalf of him, it's therefore not illegal or something like that? There was some kind of, he said there was some kind of quote like that said, if you're fighting on behalf of the government or fighting on behalf of him, it can't be illegal or something he said. I do remember that.
Yeah, that's the scariest stuff ever for people that pay attention to that kind of stuff. But MAGA,
it's a joke.
They have a narrow-minded view. They only listen to what he says. They don't go outside of that. They listen to what he says. And so if it's if it's somebody that they dislike, then they'll totally ignore it. Like Amy Coney Barrett was the love of the courts when she voted against Roe v. Wade.
Yeah. But then when we're talking about what happened to Amy Coney Barrett and suggesting that it might be MAGA that's imposing bomb threats, Sheldon Walsh in the comments says, what does DenCal think of the assassination attempt then? You know, with Trump in Pennsylvania.
I mean, I'm not understanding.
I don't know how they're connected, so I'm giving it to you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. A lot of folks believe that the individuals that tried to take Trump out are liberals.
Okay, but the people that's talking about, do they believe that the people who made bomb threats to Amy Coney Barrett's sister are liberals?
Highly doubt it. Highly doubt it.
Right. It came after she made a decision that was against Trump, so that was Trump's people. Look, you can connect anything to anything if you try.
I can't connect those two. And I tried. I can't connect the assassination attempt to what happened with Amy. Those things there. I try. I'm thinking like, how are those connected? I can't connect those two.
So what you think? What do you think about Iran and their position with these nuclear talks now?
Exactly what I told the previous two callers. Trump is the reason why they don't have a deal with the United States now. You broke up the deal they made with Obama. Why would they sit down and talk to you? I mean, seriously, they had a deal that most of our NATO member nations actually stated. Why is Trump breaking this deal? They're not even violating it. Trump said it's a dumb deal. I'm going to break it anyway. Our allies were like, why would you break this deal? So now he breaks the deal and he's demanding they come back and talk to him? Like, why would I talk to you?
And they told him, look, we're going to make a deal with Russia, China, and who was the third party? It was Russia, China. It was a third country, but he said we're gonna sit down and have conversations with them about making a deal because, in what he said America can do what the hell they want to do.
Yeah.
Because now they don't even want to have conversations with America. We've already imposed maximum sanctions on them. We've done all we could do to them besides obviously military action. But why would they want to sit down and have a conversation?
Yeah, Trump overplayed. Trump overplayed his hand during his first term by doing that. I'm going to, because we were giving them unfreezing their money. Obama gave them their money back. And then they had the obligation not to get a nuclear weapon. Trump broke that deal, so now Iran has no obligation to us at all. And his response was, we're not going to give you any of the things we offered you, but yet you better keep up your end, and we're going to, I guess, just keep threat of military over your head. So why are they going to sit back down with that dude at the table? Like, they're not coming to talk to you.
They get nothing out of the deal. He cut off any. Well, we gave them what we gave them, but that was all that we gave them.
Yeah.
Now they have nothing to look forward to with conversations from America, except for them giving up stuff that they don't want to give up. It doesn't make
That's kind of the same deal, though, that we're offering to Ukraine, too. We're not giving them anything either. And the same thing with the Palestinians, where he's telling them we're going to turn your country into the Riviera of the Middle East, and we're going to send you somewhere nice. We're not giving Jordan or Egypt any money to take them people in. We're just going to displace them and tell them, don't come back. I mean, so Trump is making deals with people where they get nothing. And he's telling the folks, if you don't honor this deal, then you might get your ass kicked. I mean, if that ain't the definition of bullying, I don't know what is.
Right, they already on the damn ground done got stomped out, and you saying you're not going to get, what I'm saying? Unless you give me everything you got, we're going to keep on.
Yeah, he ain't offering.
We're going to keep beating you up. He's saying somebody else is going to keep beating you up.
Yeah, he ain't offering none of those, in none of those deals, Iran, the Palestinians, he ain't offering none of those people anything. He's just taking from. Same thing with the Panama Canal. He ain't offering them nothing. Just either you do this the way we want it or you're going to be facing the military. I mean, he's not offering these people nothing. He's just going around the world taking people's shit from them. So I got to assume.
That's another thing I wanted to address with you is I know we had our differences about the Panama Canal. You're like, oh, yeah, he's going to get something out of it. He's going to get. Okay, so what he did get out of it, which I won't say that he got something out of it, but he did allow BlackRock to purchase the ports on either side, the inlet and the outlet of the Panama Canal, to take control of those contracts that China used to have. It's got nothing to do with how much people charge to go through there. They just own, and now even they're saying, well, you know, we don't really necessarily agree with what Trump is talking about as far as taking over the canal, because BlackRock is in it for profit. They're not in it for America.
Right.
They don't give a shit about the American people. And no matter how much money they make at the ports, me or you as American citizens are never going to see a dime of it unless we invest in BlackRock.
And that's what's going to happen as soon you may start hearing Trump criticizing BlackRock. But that's also what I'm wondering from a lot of my viewers who do favor what Trump is doing. If he is ruining relationships, but you believe that, you know, they should pay their fair share in terms of their military budget and stuff like that. If you don't see nothing out of that, why would you be okay with the relationship getting ruined? I mean, I get the same thing with the Americans that are being fired from all these federal outfits. If you're going to see a huge financial gain personally, maybe. But if you know he's firing a bunch of people and it ain't going to make a difference in your life at all, why are you so happy about that? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I have never seen so many people happy about the unhappiness of so many other Americans. Like, they are literally acting like they're about to get something out of it. Like, look, say for instance that Trump does what he does and he reduces, he's not going to do it, but say he reduces the national debt by $6 trillion and we go from 36 to 30. Don't say people still ain't going to have shit.
Yeah.
They ain't going to get no money because the debt goes down by $6 trillion. That's not how our economy works.
Yeah, I don't. At the end of the
aisles at the store, like, look at what I won.
Yeah,
like they had the prices right.
And at the end of the day, that's what I think it is. I don't think it's necessarily about doing something that's going to better your life. It's just the peace of mind of knowing people that you don't like, or groups you don't like, or entities you don't like, had it stuck to them. You know, he attacked people that I got an issue with. So I don't have to see anything, you know, personally from him. As long as I know the LGBTQ are not all over the damn place, or Hispanics ain't walking the streets of Chicago, even though I live in Montana, I know they ain't no shit. You know, I mean, it's you stuck it to the people I have an issue with. So I'll give you the last word. You know what I got to do.
Right. I say to Timmy say y'all so lost. Now we're having a conversation, an intelligent conversation about what's going on in our country. And he says we're lost, and we haven't said anything that's wrong. We're talking about current events, things that are happening. But he thinks that somehow, if he just continues to toe the party line, he can call us lost.
I get it all the time. Didn't Cal? Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Haven't solicited that. Should get up to about 40,000, if you will. The deal we were talking about, before I go to the next call, and I see in the comments, bullying is the only way for him to look powerful because the election promises were more. I saw that comment earlier. Gen X said, oh, where is the 5,000 they promised? I heard it went up to 6,000. But I do believe that Trump could do, you know, because going into the midterms, if things keep going the way they're going now, he could, well, most of the time presidents get hurt during their first midterms anyway. And certainly he could be in trouble. But I do believe if he talks about giving a $5,000 stimulus, and let's say he gives out $2,500 right before the midterms and says, you know, if things go well in Congress and the Senate and it remains Republican, right after the election, there's another $2,500. It's buying votes, I get it, but I think it may help him. But right now, I don't think they're looking good going into the midterms. The good thing is for Trump, midterms are almost 2 years away, so that's still a long time. As you can see, he moves really quick. He's only been in office 2 months in a few days. It hasn't even been 2 months yet. He's gotten a lot done. Not good for some. Some may not think it's good, but he has done a lot of things. I'm gonna say it like that. Looking in the comments, He promised 20%. Maryland, I don't think that's going to happen. Or if it does, you're not going to see the 20%. It may go to some other entity. How are black jobs going to go? No clue what a black job is. To this day, I have no clue, and Trump never explained it. We don't know what is going on in our own country, much less another country. Fact, I don't disagree with that. Didn't count, not lost. He just dumb, says Mina. Mina, come on over to, for you folks who want to call in, TikTok and Clapper. We are live on TikTok and Clapper as well. Come on over. I'll bring you right up. And I would love to hear you explain that one. I don't get what that would mean. I'd love to hear more about those black jobs. And we won't hear any more about it. Just like you won't hear any more about the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. You're not likely to hear any definitive definition of how he won the 2020 election. It sounds good when it's coming out. Barack Obama wiretapped his office. It gets the shock value, and that's it. Just like we know about the transgenic mice that were called transgender mice that were put in place to look into cures for cancer. They were using the mice to run, lab tests and things like that on. Transgenic mice, not transgender mice. But you had Elon telling folks there was money going to transgender mice. And they're still saying that, by the way. They're still saying that. Looking at the comments, did you see the veterans protesting? Yes. Yes, I have seen veterans protesting all over social media, and I assume it's going to get bigger. But keep in mind, a lot of veterans voted for Trump. A lot of veterans are MAGA. I don't know if they're going to be willing to step up and say anything until something happens to them specifically. But you see what we're talking about the federal government, where all of these folks getting fired are Americans. And for the most part, Trump supporters do not care about fellow Americans getting fired if it's in the name of shrinking the size of government. So the point I'm making is they don't tend to care until it happens to them specifically. So you're probably going to have a lot of MAGA veterans that would not dare show up to protest or complain at all until something happens to them specifically, where maybe they can't get to the doctor, they can't get a phone call, their benefits or something. Then they may have a problem with it. But if it doesn't happen to them specifically, my opinion is they don't seem to care about that. Looking in the comments real quick, Doge is fake. That ain't true. I think black jobs was an inside joke, and it was probably meaning prison jobs. But he got a wake-up call and realized his general was black, and that black people had a lot of jobs pulled by bootstrapping. That's a mouthful. Well, I don't think he thought it was prison jobs. Wow, you're really putting Trump down. I don't think he would have thought that. Let me go back to the box though. Moving on with the program there, we'll go to another sub there. Olive, good evening or welcome to the show, Olive. Now, we're talking about the economy as well. How do you feel about the direction of the economy in this country now that Trump's been in office? He's only been in office less than 2 months, so it can only change so much, but just talking about the direction of the economy in this country. How are you feeling about that? Olive, good evening.
Good evening. Accidentally was tapping the screen. My apologies.
Oh, okay. You want me to just go ahead and drop it in?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thanks for that tap, though. I appreciate that. All right, moving on. It's getting a lot better, says Rick. Okay, fair enough. When you say that the economy is getting better, elaborate on that, because that is what we're asking. How do you feel about the economy, the direction of the economy under Trump? Cause for concern, feeling optimistic, think it's getting worse, think it's getting better. How are you feeling so far? 7 to 8 weeks in or so, how are you feeling about the direction of the economy? Now, before we go into that question, this is what I was talking about earlier in regards to Trump with this nuclear deal.
Big foreign policy moves making big news today. The first on Iran. The president says he is calling on Tehran to come to the table to negotiate a nuclear deal. This from a preview of the president's interview with our own Maria Bartiromo that will air in its entirety Sunday.
I hope that Iran, and I've written him a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini?
Yes.
When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to
I didn't
negotiate?
say you better. I said,
Now he's denying. I'll continue on, but he just said, "Come negotiate. Otherwise, it'll be better for you military." So that's a threat. But then when she asked him, "Are you saying come negotiate or else," or something like that, he's trying to deny it. But just listen to his language. I'll rewind it a quick second here. Listen to his language. He stated it in a way that is clearly a threat to Iran. But then when she called him on it, he tried to downplay it.
I hope that Iran, and I've written him a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
That's a threat. That's a clear threat. So now listen to how he responds to her.
Because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini?
Yes.
When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to
I didn't
negotiate?
say you better. I said, I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Now, keep in mind, when he says that Iran better come to the table and negotiate, he's essentially saying they better do what we want, otherwise they're going to face our military. He's not offering them anything, and that's what my last caller pointed out. I mean, we've imposed so many sanctions on Iran. I mean, Trump is not offering anything to them. He's basically saying, we don't like the direction of your nuclear program, or we don't like what you're doing with the Houthis. Either you do what we want, or you're going to face our military. We're not coming to the table and giving you anything other than you get to keep your life. That's pretty much what he's doing, which is why some of these countries are not that eager to negotiate with him, because they're not being offered anything. I mentioned that with Panama, and the Ukraine is another one. We didn't offer the Ukraine anything at all either. We told the Ukrainians the same thing. Come to the table, you get to keep your life. That's it. We're not offering you anything, which is why these countries are hesitant to negotiate, because there's nothing in it for them. Now, Russia, on the other hand, get to keep a certain amount of the Ukraine. I mean, Russia does get something out of that negotiation. The Ukrainians don't get anything other than you get to keep your life. That's it. So he's telling these people to come to the table. Come to the table for what? There's nothing at the table for you. So we'll talk about that as well. We talked about Canada's likely backing out of an F-35 deal that's worth billions of dollars. And there's a European rumor going around now that these F-35s we've given them has kill switches. We'll talk about that after the next caller. Moving on, though. Gangsta Grandma. Gangsta, good evening. Welcome to the program. Bullying, nothing else, says Rianne. That's what I'm hearing. Gangsta, good evening.
Good evening. I had to roll a blunt dealing with Jeremy. That motherfucker is the most dumbest. That's why he likes the dumbasses, man. I swear to God. Then you got fools in the chat. Then you have the fools in the chat. Oh, the gas prices are lower. Where?
I am hearing that, though. They're telling me that gas prices and eggs have come down. I'm hearing a lot of MAGA saying that.
For the love of Jesus, these fucking Riris. They're the special ed dropouts of the population. That was a chart for whole egg prices. The whole carts and stuff. Mm-hmm. It's not what we buy in the store, Pookies.
And on Russia.
So you're saying that the price of eggs for an individual dozen of eggs, that price has not come down for most Americans.
Honey, I bought 2 damn 12 packs of eggs. Do you know how much my fucking fat ass paid for them? $20 fucking dollars.
$10 for a dozen of eggs.
Hell yeah. So where, in the name of God, did my prices of my fucking chicken eggs go down? And they didn't go down. And you know what? Denmark is not giving us no eggs, Boogie. They don't like they don't like Trump. They said hell to the fuck to the no, and good for them.
Yeah, I see somebody. I see somebody in one of my comments on YouTube. Larry is saying, or Leroy rather, Leroy Maston is saying eggs are $3 a dozen here. Where the hell are you ever at $3?
Yeah, where they going? See, that's how stupid these mofos are. But let me tell you something though. This ain't no shit. If the gas prices go down, that means we're in a recession. That means that the refineries are going to start closing up.
Yeah, I heard someone suggest that if gas prices drop sharply, that's an indicator of a recession. I don't know. I'm not an economist.
Into a recession. We are going into a recession. This mofo clown over here, Cheeto head, the orange Jesus, the one that's sucking they, hard, giving the good BJs to. They're fucking us. They are really fucking us. They are. Now look at the National Cemetery. I want to pull my husband out of there. I want to pull him out, and I wish I could. I don't even know if I could do that, but I wish I could pull him out.
Your husband is in the National. He's a veteran.
My husband is dead in the cemetery. Yes.
Why would you want to pull him out?
Because look what Trump is doing. He don't give a fuck. My husband was a beautiful black man. He was my heart. And he went and he sacrificed his life to save his brothers and his sisters. And this is the shit that he gets now he's not there to put their names on nothing on black men. Black men and black women and Hispanics or anything. They don't give a fuck about us.
Okay, now I want you, because for some of the folks at home and even for myself, because I've heard about this, I'm not totally aware. I know it's DEI and stuff he's doing at Arlington National.
You know what DEI is? For the love of God?
It's black.
His so-called definition of DEI, that's his whole goddamn cabinet.
Yeah. So
his so-called definition to say that a black man can't have no merit or a white man can't have a merit and you hire him, that's his whole goddamn cabinet right there. So DEI doesn't mean that you don't have merit.
I agree with that. So what is he doing at the cemeteries, though?
He doesn't want to recognize them. He don't want to recognize black men, black women, whatever. It's all over the thing. Well, the ones that did something like up there, you know what I mean? Like I forgot his name. He's been buried since he's been fired. He was like in his 90s. He was a beautiful black man, and he did something heroic. And I don't remember.
So you're telling me that deceased veterans of color are not likely to be recognized because of Trump at national cemeteries?
No, they're not going to be. He said he's gonna pull them up though. He's gonna pull them up. So tell me that. Why?
I don't. Mike asked me the same question. I don't know why he would do something like that.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And if you don't think that motherfuckers are racist, it's disgusting. My husband died for the sorry piece of shit ass country. But he died. You know what? I wished he was so selfish he would have took the goddamn bullet. But you know what? He did. To save another person. To come to this shit, to have a white man in office telling them that they're not going to serve, that they ain't shit because they served. Now a piece of shit never served a day in his fucking life. Now that pisses me the fuck off.
It goes without saying.
I lost my husband. I lost my kid's father. The only man I've been with. To come to find out that he doesn't want to serve for us, that he don't give a fuck for what my husband did. Fuck him. And you know what? Another thing is I want to say, I hope someone takes his fucking ass out.
Okay, wait, don't go in that area. Let me just say this. It goes without saying I'm real sorry for your loss, but I got a question. I guess one question I want to: why do you think there's not a significant amount of veterans? I mean, because your passion is palpable, but why do you believe there's not more veterans that have similar passion as you do? I mean, you would assume that there should be.
Because they're stupid. The ones that voted for him, I'll spit on them. They ain't shit at fucking vets. They're not shit for fucking vets. The ones that voted for this fucking clown, they're not shit. Shout to what he said about our vets, our black and brown vets. Fuck all of them.
Yeah, but guess what, let me just say this. to some degree, and I hate to defend him on this particular topic, but to some degree,
Why would you defend?
hear me out.
Defend the orange man like
Okay,
that.
hear me out. I'm not defending Trump.
Oh
I'm defending.
my
Hold on. I'm not defending Trump. I'm defending MAGA. To some degree, some MAGA did not know he was going to do this stuff. Particularly African Americans that may have voted for Trump. They didn't know he was going to go to the cemetery and start removing people's accolades. I don't think anybody knew that.
They could do shit like this. They knew it. They knew it. He doesn't like black and brown people. He's taking from the vets. He's been saying it. Come on, you walk like a duck, you fuck like a duck, you're a fucking duck.
You fucked.
You know what I mean?
Well,
You're a fucking duck, man. He knew it.
you really think that MAGA expected Trump to go to cemeteries and start fucking with people's accolades?
If he's a racist, what do you don't think a racist won't do? What do you don't think a racist won't do? Huh? Give me, tell me. You know what I mean? He is the spitting image of the Triple K right there.
You know, I don't have a defense for that, and I'm often able to see both sides. But why go to why have the cemeteries remove attributes of people that died for the country? I don't want to take your side and say he's a racist, but I can't fight against it because it doesn't make any sense. I would be as angry as you are.
Go look the shit up what he said. Go look the shit up what he said.
I've looked up some of it. And it does.
He wants to take them off the walls and shit. He wants to take them off the walls.
Yeah, I've looked up some of it, not all.
Women, men, Hispanics, as long as you're not the white team man, right? I guess it's only white team man.
But how about, like in the comments, one of my viewers says the fact that his approval ratings are so high shows that people don't care about it.
47 is not high, sweetheart. It's not even over 50%.
Yeah, but for the shit you saying he's doing, 47 ain't that low.
Well, let me tell you something. When it hurts their family, they're going to. Let me tell you something. The so-called vets that voted for them, they're trash. And FOFA, I hope they take every piece of Social Security they get from them. I hope they take the veterans shit from them because they get everything they get. Because we tried to tell these fucking idiots that they was going to come after them. And guess what? They didn't shut the system down. Now they're coming after them. This little orange piece of shit don't give a damn about nobody but his rich buddies. Now he's shitting on our fucking vets that fought for us. The vets that died for us. So this piece of shit could be in office. So next time when somebody says they're going to burn the flag, I'm going to burn the flag. Because my husband died for that. And my husband probably be rolling in his fucking grave. Because this is the worst piece of shit country I ever seen. When they voted for this piece of shit come in.
But
now he's going to take take my husband off the wall.
But Gangsta Grandma, are you angry with the country or just this one man?
I'm angry with all the maggots that voted for him. Because this is what we got to deal with. I didn't vote for him. I voted for her. I voted for, not for me. I voted for the people that was going to be standing with me. I voted for vets. I voted for the people that was on food stamps, that needed them. I voted for the poor, the disabled. I voted for we, not me. We.
But Trump, man, I hate to say this after what you just said, but Trump.
Oh my God! Don't you dare! Oh God.
Trump. I can't hold the program if I have to be the. I have to be the pushback.
Trump don't give a goddamn about you. Don't give a goddamn about me. Don't give a goddamn about nobody. No, he give a fuck about his own goddamn people. Only the rich man.
Then why does so many people seem?
Because they're so goddamn stupid. The education's a 5th grade level.
He promised to
They believed the fucking con. They believed, oh my God, I'm going to get taxed off of tips. So you sold us all out for tax on tips? You sold us out on that? You sold us out for grocery prices?
There is some validity to that. Wow.
You sold us out on eggs? Now they're going to remove my husband's name off the wall? Because of fucking egg prices? They all of them.
Grandma.
But I feel bad for all the people that's going to get their names removed off the wall. Because we sacrificed that, not him.
I can't even begin to, I'm not even going to try to push back. I mean, I cannot begin to tell you how much I feel what you're saying. I would probably.
That's why I'm angry. That's why I'm so that pushed me over. That fucking pushed me over when they said he was going to do that. That sent me over the damn edge. So fuck him. I hope he don't make it to the 4 years. I hope somebody impeaches his ass.
All right. I gotta move it. I'm gonna have to move it up.
Let me tell you something. At the end of the day, at the end of the damn day, I hope MAGA eats everything they get. Because they sold us out for eggs. They sold us out for groceries. Now the vets are going to pay the price. My husband's name will get removed off the wall because he's the color of his fucking skin. Not because of what he didn't do, because of his skin color.
Gangsta grandma.
Well, fuck him. And I hope he rots in hell, and I mean it. And I'm sorry, I cussed. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
We'll pick it up next time. You know my door's always open to you. I don't worry about it. If I was in your situation, I might be saying worse. But thank you for coming on.
But I am sorry, I cussed.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. This is a free speech program. I get MAGA that swears. So don't worry about it. Hell, I swear. Thank you. Thank you for what your husband. Thank you for your husband serving this country. Thank you for giving your opinion. Swear words or not, who gives a fuck? Thank you. Anytime, my door's open to you.
You have a good day.
You too. You too. Wow. And obviously, she's not the only one that feels that way. Obviously, she's not the only one. Normally, she's pretty passionate, and I'm like, damn, she's wild as hell. But today, the puzzle made sense. The puzzle made a lot more sense because of what... Can you imagine? If we're not talking about her great-great-great-grandfather or somebody. You know, we talk about racism and things like that. Well, you ain't got shit to do with slavery. That was for... No, this is her husband. This is her spouse. So, you know, she gets a pass on any fucking thing she says if that happened. Because, damn it, I'm certain if it was you or you wouldn't feel good at all either. Why go to the cemetery and start altering the acknowledgments of people there? I mean, that literally goes against the well-known phrase, rest in peace. Let them rest in peace. Why are you fucking with them? You really going to go to the cemetery and tackle DEI there? I understand her passion 100%. I can't even relate to that because it hasn't happened to me, and I still can understand what she's talking about. Wow. Michelle, you're saying that she threatened the president and you agree with her. I made it clear that part. Okay, look, if all you heard out of all of that is that she threatened the president and you didn't hear none of the reason why that she came to that conclusion, then you're one of those people who don't give a damn about what she's going through. If that's all you can hear, that her loved one died to protect this nation, and a president that never served this, how could you, is that all you heard? Really? Look, I'm always willing to defend Trump when I think he is worthy of defending. But there's no defense for that. And the fact that you went back to that and skipped over everything she said makes it clear you sound like you're one of the people she was discussing. You're one of the people she was talking about. Looking in the comments, I want to see here. A person's race isn't written on the Vietnam War Memorial. No, what I think what she's talking about is, you know, already, like, for instance, they've taken the discussion of the Tuskegee Airmen and stuff out of Air Force manuals and things like that, which is why I was asking her exactly what she's talking about. But I have heard stories that have stated that they are doing something DEI related to cemeteries. I'm not 100% certain of what she's talking about, but if what she is saying is true, her passion makes sense. Now, if what she is passionate about is based on something she heard on MSNBC and it's not true or whatever the case may be, then we'll certainly bring that up. And next time she comes on, I'll tell her about it because it's really having a psychological effect on her to some degree. Not to some degree, I 100%. I hope what she's saying is not true. Not only because it would then help her out, but it would also be nice to know that somebody who died for this country is not getting fucked. So I hope what she said is not true. But I have heard stories that they are talking about correcting DEI and affirmative action and stuff at cemeteries. So there is something to it. I just don't know enough to go into it, which is why I let her talk. And I don't have a counter for whether what she said is true or not because I don't know. So I'll leave it at that. Nothing y'all said is true. That's the issue, says Johnny 11. I've made it clear that they are taking the Tuskegee Airmen out of the Air Force manuals and shit. That's true. They're dead. So it is, some of it is true. You just don't want to admit it because it sounds bad. Continuing on, LaCrosse, you said you've been in the queue. I didn't see you there, but we'll bring you up. Going back to the box. Yeah, I look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to go against somebody whose husband died for the country and they fucking with his memory. If what she's saying is true. If not, I'll gladly get on here and say, to my pleasure, I'm here to announce that what she said was not true. And I'll even reach out to her and tell her, you don't have to be upset. This ain't happening. But we'd have to see. Bringing up my next guest. By the way, Tim, stop the cap. No veterans' graves are altered or names removed from the walls. Now, I'm real curious to see because listen, I know the liberals tend to have it in for Trump. I know MAGA is going to defend Trump no matter what. I mean, so, because I don't know the story totally, I can't speak for it or against it. MAGA is automatically going to defend Trump no matter what, and I know some liberals have it in for them. So when folks say it ain't true, they're going to, just like I said, a lot of the things that Elon Musk is doing. MAGA would have swore up and down that'll never happen. There's no way in hell that if Trump becomes president, he's going to be firing veterans. That is liberal fear-mongering. But now it's happening. So I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But I tried to bring on one of my guests. It didn't come up. We'll try it again with this is lactose. Is that what that says there? Good evening.
Yeah, I was here the whole time. I just wasn't talking.
Okay, fair enough. So, did you hear my last caller?
Yes, I agree with everything she said. And thanks to Mama, if you're still here, everything you're feeling is completely justified. And saying you want to take your husband out of the Arlington Cemetery is one of the most badass things I've ever heard. And I hope it brings a little bit of solace, but he died for a much, much better America than the one we have now.
Why is so many folks, though, saying that didn't happen?
Because it goes against their narrative and that's their knee-jerk reaction. I can guarantee you that they've never seen anyone with any amount of credibility say that this didn't happen.
Because I'm ignorant on the subject, but I'm dying to know about it. Do you know exactly what has happened? What exactly did they do?
I don't know anything about the story, but I'm going to do this weird thing where I believe the widow of a war vet over a guy in the comments.
That's a great point. Okay, that's a great point. I'm curious, though. Listen, I know that Gacy Grandma, she leans left, so she doesn't support Trump no matter what. So, and like I said, some liberals have it in for Trump. MAGA's going to defend Trump no matter what. So I do want to hear more about this because I have heard people talking about it on social media, but I haven't heard it from like a news article or news story or anything like that, because I'm curious to know what exactly are they doing.
Do you think that would be like unthinkable for Trump to do, though, to be fair?
No, and that's a great point. It is not something that I feel confident that Trump would never do. No, I don't feel confident in that at all. So I do
Like,
believe it's
can
within
you
the realm
imagine
of something
going
he
up on
might
stage and
possibly
saying
do.
it's sick they would say I would do this?
You said what?
Like, I can't imagine Trump saying it's sick they would think I would do this. I love our vets.
No. Well, he will say I love our vets, but we know he is on
He does say it. I'll give you that. He says it.
Well, we do know he is at war with DEI and affirmative action and minority causes. So, I don't feel 100% confident this is something that he is incapable of doing. No, I do believe he could possibly do something like this. But I'm not sure he did, is what I'm saying. But now I really want to know about it, though. I really want to know. So what brought you up? Was it that?
No, I've been here for a bit. I'm a far leftist, and I voted for Harris, and I'm honestly pretty terrified for the future of our country. It seems like Trump is doing literally everything that Putin wants him to do, and it doesn't. And I don't know if you know anything about history, but Putin doesn't like America. If think of it this way: if Trump was a puppet, what would he be doing differently?
That's a great question, and it does. To me, I think Elon is more the one to be concerned about. But it does. You do make a point that if somebody was hired to deliberately sabotage America, a lot of the things they would be doing would be mirrored by what you're seeing in the Trump administration. I can see where it looks like some of this stuff, because they're firing people that don't deserve to be fired, and in some cases having to hire them back. Some of that stuff with the federal firings does look like sabotage. But before you continue, I actually brought this article up here. This is 1 day old, so this came from yesterday. This is BBC. It's titled "Arlington Cemetery Strips Content on Black and Female Veterans from Website." Now, I haven't read this. I'm looking at it now. It says, Arlington National Cemetery has scrubbed from its website information and educational materials about the history of Black and female service members. Some of the content unpublished from the site was on veterans who had received the nation's highest military recognition, the Medal of Honor, according to military news site Task and Purpose. The content removal is part of a larger effort by President Donald Trump to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI practices in the military and throughout the federal government. Approximately 400,000 veterans are buried in the Army-run cemetery, which is established after the U.S. Civil War at the home of the South's General Robert Lee. So there is some validity. There is some validity to what she's saying. Unless this article is wrong too, but there is some validity to what she's saying. That they are scrubbing. Yeah, go ahead.
I think this knee-jerk reaction to seeing something like some claim Trump did something bad, and your immediate thought is, no, that can't be true because I don't want it to be true. I think that's part of the anti-intellectualism that Trump's been breeding steadily in America for the past 9 years, and it's bad.
Well, that's what I said. I said that some liberals have it in for Trump, and some folks that MAGA is going to rush to defend Trump. No matter what he does, the first thought is he didn't do that. And then once you find out he did it, well, it was because of that, or maybe it was that, or maybe it was just a joke. But yeah, you're right. There are some people that are going to instantly defend anything he's done that looks bad. Because this right here, why are you at a cemetery removing shit? I mean, that doesn't look good at all.
And do you think Trump is do you think is the percentage chance that Trump is a straight up racist?
Wow. It's certainly not a 0% chance because of some. Here's my thing. You don't know what's in the man's heart, so I'm not going to say he's a racist.
I know what's in his actions and his words.
Yeah, you can certainly pay attention to his actions and words. I'll say it like this. I believe Trump is an opportunist, and he's going to work with whoever can get him through in terms of votes. If working with black folks and delivering things they want will help me get elected, I'll go with black folks. If working with racists will actually be more favorable to me, then I'll work with racists. And I will say this in America, there are black Republicans, and then there are Republicans that are racist. And I think that the amount of Republicans that would vote for Trump, the black MAGA versus racist MAGA, I believe the racist MAGA probably represent a larger number than black MAGA. So you're going to pick the group that may support. I think there are more MAGA that do not favor minorities than there are MAGA that are minorities. So if you're going to pick the group that's going to help you through, you're going to pick the group that don't favor them because they have bigger numbers.
Another thing. So yeah, Rick said earlier that gas prices have been lower today than they have been for the past 12 months. I'll be honest, my first thought is that can't be true. And then I looked at a few graphs and it seems a bit iffy. Like some graphs say that he's right and some graphs say that he's wrong. I think that's a reasonable opinion for him to be having.
Fox News has been reporting that gas and eggs are coming down. I was watching the fire with Janine.
They are coming down, but it's like someone steals $10 from my wallet and then puts $5 back in there. He didn't give me $5.
If Biden stole $10 from your wallet and Trump put $5 back in, then Trump is a good guy. I'm reaching. Sense. I get it. I'm reaching, but I'm trying to make it work. No,
I get you.
But I mean, because the eggs went up under Biden. Now we know it's all attributed to the bird flu, but under Biden, Trump was blaming Biden for the rise in egg prices. Now that it's happening under Trump, he is correctly blaming it on bird flu and things like that. But Biden took the blame for eggs going
Trump
up.
Blame Biden more than the bird flu. I don't think Trump has mentioned the bird flu once.
No, not when Biden was in office. They've done it now.
Man, I just haven't been seeing it.
Yeah.
Trump says a lot. He says so many words. I watched the whole, what was the big meeting he had with the boy with brain cancer? That was rough to get through.
Did Trump? Yeah. Well, when the guy came with when he came with the uniform on.
Yeah. So here's why we didn't stand and clap. Is because Trump is taking money away from cancer research, and he is using this poor boy as a prop. Like if Trump grabbed a body of a Palestinian child and put a bronze crown on it, I would be upset in a very similar way.
Yeah. But I will say, in defense of Trump, you guys are working me hard today, but in defense of Trump, they all do that. Anytime there's a State of the Union address or whatever, they all use props. I mean, you know, whether it's bringing a Gold Star family, just like we pointed out that Trump has cut funding for cancer research for children. Chances are the next time the liberals get together, they're going to have a child or maybe the parent of a deceased child present at the speech. They're going to use her as a prop to show that this is what Trump is causing his family. I mean, they all do that.
Yeah, I think bringing someone in to be like, this is a person you've hurt, and bringing someone in to be like, I love the brain cancer guys. I love those, the guys with that.
Let me ask you this, because I got hammered on this. Let me see what your opinion is on this. If that was your child, if you were the father of this child that had terminal brain cancer, and Trump invited you to that gathering, pay for a hotel, going to give your child an honorary uniform, honorary Secret Service, would you have showed up?
If my son really wanted to, I think probably I'd take him. But if he said, I think it'd be cool, I'd be like, no, it's not worth it, kid.
I had so many folks tell me no, and I was selling out to send my kid to that. I'm like, look, 13 years old, terminally ill, something that's going to make him happy. He won't forget this for the rest of his short life. Why would you not take him there?
The principle of it. Okay, if your kid wanted to go see, I don't know, a racist singer in concert, would you take him? Or would you try and explain to him no, this is a bad person?
Yeah, in that case, probably not.
Yeah, and I hate Trump a lot more than I hate a random racist hypothetical singer.
Damn. So you know my folks are going to say when you say you hate Trump, you got a strong case of TDS. How do you respond to something like that? You just hate the guy.
I do. And I don't hate him for benign reasons. I hate him because he is alienating us from all of our allies. I hate him because he made two of my good friends jobless because they got doged.
You know two people that lost their jobs from that stuff?
Yeah.
Wow. You're just like you're like my last caller, not as, your event is not as traumatic, but I can totally understand when you folks have the opinion you have when stuff has happened to you specifically. If you got close friends that are losing their job, yeah, I can totally understand that.
Also, I'm not nearly done with the ways Trump is. My mother was affected by the fires in California, and now she's not going to get any aid from that. It looks like.
What was the reason?
Politics with people's lives is evil.
What was the reason?
Trump just said that he's not going to give California fire money unless that they do voter ID laws or some bullshit.
Yeah, I also heard today there was due to be an FBI headquarters in Maryland or something like that, and Trump has stated that no longer will happen because Maryland's a liberal state. So they were, this is the governor was on this week with George Stephanopoulos, the governor of Maryland. He's like, we got the foundation is ready, the site is ready for the building, and Trump just said it's a liberal state, so he's not going to put it there now.
Yeah, that's a bit messed up.
Yeah, I mean that's jobs. That's a commitment. You got construction companies. I mean, people gonna be hurt behind that because everybody was, that was.
Well, Trump doesn't care about the construction workers. He never pays them. You know that.
Wow.
He's got a bad habit of not paying people who work for him because he doesn't feel like it. Because he's so rich and nice, he doesn't feel like paying people.
He's so rich.
It doesn't seem.
Why? But let me ask you before I'm moving on. Why do you think there's so many Americans that see things the total opposite of you? That I got folks that believe Trump should be on the face of Mount Rushmore.
I think it's confirmation bias. I think it's to do in part my parents are conservative, all my friends are conservative, and politics is messy. I don't want to do a bunch of research. I'll just do what they do. I also think it's due in part of. This is a bit of conspiracy brain, but I legit think that the Cold War never ended and we just lost. Russia spent so many billions of dollars researching social engineering. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. And who just got into office when Ukraine war was... When
I have never heard this is an interesting theory. I've never heard somebody say something like this before. The Cold War ended. The Cold War never ended, but we just lost.
Yeah, and again, I'm not prone to conspiratorial thinking. I'm not going to base any action in my life around this thought. I just haven't seen anything to disprove it.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate it, man.
Can I say one last thing? How
Sure.
Trump has hurt me?
Jesus, go ahead.
I'm not allowed to join the military anymore because I'm transgender. I lost a right.
Why didn't you open up with this? Wow. So. Were you going to join the military?
Oh no, I would never join the military.
Then why does it matter? Wait a minute. Wait, I thought we had something here. Wait a minute.
Let me counter you. Wait. Think of a woman who doesn't vote. She just doesn't feel like it, but then she loses the right to vote. Do you think she would care?
You got me. Okay, I mean, you're right. It does matter from that standpoint, but you made it sound like you weren't going to join the military, though. But no, I get what you're saying. So, yeah, not only can you not join if you're in there already, your career is effectively over.
Yeah, but yeah, you're trying to get me out of here. I'll leave with one last thing. Everyone who likes Trump, he's going to hurt you. He's going to hurt you like he hurt me. He's going to hurt you like he's hurt so many people in America. By the time he's at your doorstep, it's going to be too late. Try and feel some empathy for your fellow Americans. I am begging you. Peace.
Good talk. Appreciate you coming through. Wow. I did not know. I had so many questions once he said it was transgender. Because obviously that's a big target of this administration. I could ask him a million questions on that one alone. And if he had told me that she had told me that. I didn't see what the name is. I don't want to get the pronoun wrong, but if I had known that in the beginning, I would have started with that because there's so many things to talk about in regards to the transgender community from, with Trump being in office. I personally believe that Trump hates the transgender community. I get a lot of folks who, no, it ain't that, or you just don't want it shoved down the kid's throat or whatever. I'm like, when you say they can't even transition, that ain't got nothing to do with kids. So I'm not even going, we're going to recognize only two genders. So, yeah, I think he hates the transgender community. But I would have liked to have asked him some questions. Looking in the comments, they, them, if you're not sure. Okay, Ocean. Yeah, I didn't know until the very end of our conversation. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 45,000. We are MAGA friendly. Let me make this clear, because a lot of my callers have been liberal. I've had one or two Trump supporters on here, but we absolutely would take you no matter how far to the damn right you go. We are MAGA friendly, been that way since day one, always has been, always will be. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q, we do mean that. So understand, we don't just pick out liberals. It's just, most of my right-leaning viewers are on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't allow folks to call in. But if you want to call in, TikTok or Clapper, we are also live on Clapper. So you can call in on one of those platforms as well, and we'll bring you right on up. Speaking of which, Eric Phillips, call on in and we'll certainly make it happen. Eric, good evening.
I am new. I just stumbled across your channel, and you seem like you're an educated, well-spoken about politics. And
thank you.
I had some thoughts about that last caller and what you all think about those things.
Okay, give me a question and I'll give you an answer.
As far as the transgender, our military is not a social experiment. It's not built for that. It's built for just to kill people and destroy things. This is.
You're telling me you're telling me if I put on the wig I couldn't shoot a gun?
Sir, I missed a little bit of what you said there.
You mentioned the social experiment. I said if I put on a wig and a dress, you're telling me I couldn't shoot a gun? I lose my ability to kill people if I dress like a woman?
No, it's not that. It is going through the military, the training for transgender people, how you interact with other people, the bathrooms that you use. Different things. We have our military doing a whole lot of things that is focused on transgender things that the time and money should be spent on training to make us more effective at our job.
Well,
that's what I'm saying about it.
If I identified as a female, now I would be a very ugly 6'6", 300-pound female. But if I identified as a female,
not making as a female.
No, but I would probably outperform most of the females. Which would that not be better? Now you got some females that are performing at the biological level of men, so the females are kicking ass in the military too.
No, it's causing confusion, and it's causing extra classes and extra training on things other than being lethal. And all we want to do is spend money on being lethal.
What's the confusion? If I'm wearing a dress, and what's the confusion? We're out here to shoot people, not to look at what my gender is. Where's the confusion coming in there?
We're not even getting to that point yet. When you join up, you're all the management, all the higher ups, all the officers. All we're doing is training on how to use the proper pronouns, how to which bathroom somebody's going to use. All these special courses that literally take like half of our training time.
Yeah, but in the military, don't they call you by your last name? And you don't need to call me they, them. I mean, they all go by your last name, don't they?
Yes. Okay. Let's say you're a transgender woman or transgender man. I'm not sure how that goes. Let's say you put on a wig and you go and live with the girls, right?
Okay.
In a boot camp, you knock up 2 or 3 recruits.
Well, that's against the rules.
That's the type of shit that we're getting into, right?
Yeah, but wait a minute.
This is not a social experience.
I mean, hold on. If what you're saying is the issue where you dress up as a woman and now you go knock somebody up, then if that's the case, you would not want to put men Or even a straight man on let's say on an aircraft carrier. We don't want women to be on the boat because you may knock them up. That's a whole different issue. Even straight men you're just violating the rules.
Well, you're probably not a service member, was you?
No.
Okay. Well, normally they keep us separated.
Okay.
For obvious reasons.
Is that still happening in 2025?
I couldn't answer that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you got females. Well, let's use the example that I gave. Like for instance, if you're serving on an aircraft carrier, is every sailor on an aircraft carrier one gender? Are they all men? Otherwise, they're serving together.
I'm sure there's women.
Yeah.
But I would think that they're still separated to some extent. I couldn't really tell you that for sure.
But we own the boat together, so but we are still on the same. We're still on the same ship. So if you want to give me some booty, we can certainly make that happen. So you haven't separated them.
You have a good point there.
Yeah.
However, with the transgender thing, the government's paying for the transgender surgeries if they're in the military, which that's just completely wrong in my opinion.
Okay, I mean, so if a person goes in the military as a man, and during the time they're in the military, they want to transition me, I can agree with you that while you're actually a service personnel, you can't flip genders because you've been trained and everything as a man. You can't all of a sudden become a woman. I'm fine with that, but if a person is already transitioned, let's say a person joins, they're 25 years old, they've already had the surgery, they've already transitioned a woman, would you ban that too?
This is a weird thing that I never thought I would have to talk about in my lifetime. But if their genitalia matches what they identify as, I mean, I don't know. It's just strange. I mean, we really shouldn't be having these conversations, and I think we should look at those kind of things as we used to as a gender dysphoria, and get people medical help rather than just start cutting things off and trying to replace them with other things.
Well, we won't even get a straight males medical help that have PTSD. There's just, I mean, we believe you should pull yourself up by your bootstraps. We're not a big fan of giving medical, what do you call it, Obamacare, any of that.
I know.
They're not gonna do that. No, even if you get rid of the transgender community, they're not gonna do that anyway. We don't like helping out the poor.
Not to interrupt you or anything, but
you're doing good.
I'm a service member. My knee is shot, my back hurts, and the VA says it's not service related. I got a buddy that got blown up in Afghanistan. He's half-assed messed up. He's hardly getting medical care. But you get but we're supposed to go and do transgender surgeries for somebody. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, I hear your point. I hear your point. I'm not aware, like you said, I'm not military, so I don't know a whole bunch of service personnel trying to have surgery. But let me ask you this. Do you favor the way Trump is viewing the VA and the military versus Biden? Do you think he's doing a better job with it?
Well, what I know of that is Trump allowed, in his first term, he said you can go to your own doctor or whatever, and the VA would cover that, which I thought was amazing. I don't give VA care at all because I wasn't hurt while I was in, and I didn't do 20 years, so I'm not getting, any kind of benefits there. But being able to go to your private doctor and the government paying for it for servicemen that was hurt there, I think that was great.
What is
I don't know what Biden's stance was on that, really.
Yeah.
I don't know if he ever addressed it.
What is your opinion with him shrinking the size of the federal government so much? I mean, a lot of them folks that are losing those jobs are veterans as well. Do you favor that?
I'm all for it.
Say that again?
I'm all for it.
And
Elon Musk sent out a message a couple weeks ago list 3 things you did last week. He give them 2 days to do it. If they couldn't do that, then they was going to lose their job.
You favor that?
If you couldn't say that 3 things you did last week at work, you didn't do anything at work.
And you would be okay. You would be okay with terminating somebody that didn't respond to that email.
Yes.
So if you had served in the military honorably for 10, 12 years, you think that one email, let's say you truly was slacking, maybe you were doing, you think that one email should cause you to lose your job, despite all the things you may have done, all the years you may have worked for the military, not responding to that one email should be enough for you to lose your job.
You gave him 3 days. 3 days. I'm all for it right now, right?
Right.
If I got an email right now and I had the same question asked, I would be on my phone, boom, 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 done, sir, done. I'd be done in a minute with my 3 things that I did last week.
Yeah.
It's not hard unless you didn't do anything last week.
I mean,
Or you didn't do anything the week before, and if you're just dead weight in the government, we got to cut the government size down. There's too many people that are working there that's not needed.
Yeah, I don't totally disagree with the way you're saying it, but I think the problem I have is this. The only reason you're getting that email is because he's trying to figure out if he can fire you or not. I mean, has he said anything positive about the federal government at all? I mean, he's making it sound like our entire federal government, all the employees are just a piece of shit collecting a check. Has he said anything positive about anybody in the federal government?
No, but that's not really the position he's been put in. He was looking at waste and fraud. But I'll ask you, tell me some positive things about the government, how they handle the Department of Education, how they handle school lunches, how they handle anything. Give me some positive things, because our government is very, very wasteful and very, very inadequate.
Oh, I could easily give you a heap of positive things, because I know how America was ran when things were handled by the states. The federal government did not just pop up for no reason at all. It popped up because the states were either not doing it accurately, not treating everybody equally, or in some cases unable financially to do it at all. So that's why the federal government got in there. I mean, if you go back to states' rights, like for instance, education, getting rid of the Department of Education, letting the states handle it. You know the amount of wealth in a state like New York is significantly greater than the amount of wealth in a state like Mississippi. So what is the education going to be like in a state like Mississippi? Huh?
So what's the cost of living?
Yeah, but the wealth in that state, I mean, and we're not just talking about schools, we're talking about everything. Whether it's the quality of the streets, everything in that state is going to be worse because there's less money in that state.
Not necessarily. I gotta disagree with you, because first off, in the Constitution, the states have all the power that they have not given to the federal government. The states retain that power. So if you're at a state level, you're better off to run your own state. Local and state would be better at your school than the federal government is.
So wait, so all of us...
Minimum wage would be better set at a state level than what it is federally. The federal government is involved in a lot of things that they don't need to be involved in, because it should be taken care of at the state and local.
I definitely disagree with your minimum wage example, because the states have been leaving. The states have not moved their minimum wage level for like a few decades. I mean, there's some states like Mississippi, I just mentioned again. The minimum wage down there is like $7 an hour or something like that. And we could have had this conversation 10 years ago, and we would have said the minimum wage is like $7 an hour down there. So you're saying let them have control when they're just leaving things the way they are. Now, I know the cost of living is cheaper, but it has moved.
How do you put it in the federal government's hands? So Mississippi is a poor state. I travel for work all over the country. Mm-hmm. Mississippi is a poor state. Louisiana is a poor state. How can you set the same government straight across the board for Mississippi and New York?
They shouldn't be doing that. What they should be doing is saying that this is the lowest you can go anywhere. In fact, let's say you mentioned Mississippi being a poor state. Take the poorest state in the union, and that at least should be where the federal government is. They're expecting the states to do what's right, and the states should then go above that. Like California and Washington, most of their minimum wage is higher than the federal government's wage. But the states, go ahead.
You see, again, California is very expensive to live in.
Yeah, their minimum.
So it's way different than being in Mississippi.
Yeah, but that goes to my.
That's why I'm saying keep it at the local levels.
Yeah, I understand your point. The counterpoint I'm making is I don't care what the cost of living is. There's nothing to justify keeping minimum wage the same for 20 years. I don't care how low the cost of living is in your state. It has been increasing over 20 years. There's no excuse for having it the same for 20 straight years.
Okay, well, why do we have a minimum wage? Why can't we let the market work that out?
Because the market would find fools to work for less.
Well, I won't.
Okay, that's you.
I mean, I hear people all the time on TV going, I can't raise a family of four on minimum wage. And I say, you ain't supposed to be on minimum wage forever. That's a stepping stone right out of high school to get some job experience or whatever, and you're supposed to move up the ladder. You're not supposed to be 50 years old working on minimum wage and complaining you can't.
But here's the
buy a house to support your wife and kids.
And what you say makes sense, but here's the point: you can't tell people you're not supposed to be 50 years old on minimum wage when we know damn sure there are minimum wage jobs hiring 50-year-olds. I mean, if they don't supposed to, why don't pass a law that says if you're 50, you can't be paid that low? I mean, and by the way, minimum wage ain't just burger flippers. When let's go back before the pandemic, because wages have went up to encourage people to come back to work. But during Trump's first term, when you're talking about raising minimum wage to $15 an hour, you had everybody from ENTs or whatever you call them, CNAs. Certified nurses, all of these folks make less than $15 an hour. School bus drivers, that's not a teenage burger flipper job. They were making less than $15 an hour. Most security guards were making that. Those are not burger flipper jobs. So you had jobs that you normally would be taking care of a family off of, making these low ass wages. Most security jobs, those are adults working those jobs, oftentimes in the middle of the night, and they were paying them $10 an hour at best.
Have you ever been around security guards?
I've been one.
In a lot of places, unless you're in a place that's really, where you carry a weapon and stuff like that, and it's really important, most of them just sit there and sleep or play on their phone. Until
you need them. Right. They sit there and sleep and play. Their job is to observe and report. It's not to get in gun battles. So they're sitting there doing nothing until you actually need them.
I get that.
Yeah.
But, the ones on the job sites, I work construction. I build wind farms. I build electrical lines. I do things like this. So we have security guards out there, and they'll stop you, and they're like, what are you doing? Are you supposed to be here? Running equipment for my entertainment. I mean, what do you think, dude? You know what I mean? You need to be here in case somebody tries to steal something, look,
you can find lazy people in any profession. I mean, some would say some of the people in the White House are lazy. I mean, you can find, I get your point. You're pointing out lazy people, but that's
in the White House is lazy.
Huh?
There's a whole bunch of them in the White House.
Right.
You got to remember, they work for us. We don't work for them. They're treating us like we work for them.
Yeah.
They work for us. We pay them. We appoint them. We elect them. They're supposed to be servants of us. They're supposed to be servants of the United States and our states and our cities and counties.
I used to use that same argument when I was talking about Trump's mean tweets, and he was talking. Everybody was saying folks are just snowflakes. I'm like, look, he works for us. If the people say he should stop with the mean tweets, he's supposed to stop because we're his employer, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of people like myself that I like that he bypasses the media and says whatever is on his mind, whether it's difficult to hear or whatever. That's why the First Amendment is so important. The First Amendment is not to protect people from speech that everybody likes. It's to protect people for speech that people don't like.
Yeah, but Eric, you can't do that on
yours. If you eliminate that, who is going to be the judge of what you can and cannot say?
Eric,
the government. And then next thing you know, we're China.
Eric, you can't. I'm 100% for free speech. I talk about it all the time on the program. But you can't do that while you're on the job. You can't go on the factory floor and start calling the manager Pocahontas and say, I got free speech. He's working. You don't have free speech at your job. He's working.
Absolutely. You've got a great point there. Yeah. You can do that.
And you can get fired.
What's on my mind at work. And if you don't like it, I'll leave, and I might have to leave.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, on the job, you got to go by company standards.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, you wanna say that shit on a golf course at Mar-a-Lago. That's one thing. You're actually standing in front of the presidential seal saying this crazy shit.
What do you mean, though? I mean, what exactly did he say, though?
But he called Elizabeth Warren, a sitting senator, Pocahontas when he was addressing the nation that night. You're doing that while you address, the whole world is watching that. The whole world is watching you call a sitting senator Pocahontas. And the Native American community has made it clear they see that as a racial slur. Why is he doing that?
You know, a lot of people say you should have more of a filter, but Elizabeth Warren wants to act like she's an Indian one day and whatever.
Eric. That happened in That happened in.
He should be more professional.
Not only should he not be more. That happened in 1986. He's calling her Pocahontas in 2025. You're telling me that something she did wrong in 1986, it's okay for the president to continue? Do we bring up all of the wives and all of that stuff?
All of what?
All of the things that Trump has done wrong since 1986. I mean, Pocahontas is related to something she did 40 years ago. It ain't like she's been lying the whole time. This is 40 years ago.
No, she's never stopped saying those things.
Yes, she has.
She's an Indian.
Yes, she did. She admitted it. No, she admitted it and apologized for doing it. She don't do that. She don't need to do it now. She's rich.
Trump was. If you look at what Trump did wrong, whatever you perceive of him doing wrong in the past, when he was a businessman and he's just trying to grease the wheels and he's trying to get contracts and doing what businessmen do, I mean, that's what they do.
So he can do things wrong to grease the wheels as a businessman, but her trying to get into a law school, because that's what she did. She lied on a law application to get into a law school 40 years ago. So what she did, you can continue hammering her for 40 years. But if he's doing underhanded deals as a businessman, you make it sound like it's kind of okay.
No. If that was the only thing she did, I would say that he should have said that.
That is the only thing she did.
That she continues to use that Indian deal to this day.
No, she's certainly not doing it. Yeah, you're wrong on that, because she's actually, not only does she not do it, she's actually apologized when she got caught. That stuff is old news. And he's still hammering her. Obviously, she would not continue doing that while somebody is actively calling her Pocahontas. So she obviously wouldn't be doing that still.
So then he should cut it out then.
Thank you. And we agree on that. We agree on that. Eric, I do got to move it on, but glad to see you come through, man.
I think we agree on a lot of things, and what we didn't agree on, at least we had an education. A good speaking of it, and I appreciate your time, brother.
And same. My doors are always open to you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Come on back anytime.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on with the program. That was Eric Phillips. Eric, you might have to drive down because I'm learning the clapper thing. So I don't know how to. I think I may have done it here. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm trying to figure out. We're on clapper as well. So for you folks who May want to call in. You can follow the path of that last caller, Clapper or Instagram. Trump lost a bet against her, and he did not pay up. Yeah, he did. What was the bet he made with Elizabeth Warren? He did bet something against her. Oh, man, I remember, because we done a show on it. What was that bet? But he did make a bet against Elizabeth Warren, and he didn't pay it up. And I said when he made the bet, he wasn't going to pay it up. Unless you're in person, what's true, there's AI, enhanced, mask, magic, illusion. I don't know where you're going with that. Trump is a Jew puppet. Jesus Christ, somebody said in the comments. Every state should be run as a republic. You cannot do that when they're all in the same landmass together. You got to have a federal government. Let's say, for instance, Minnesota has an auto plant or some type of factory, and they want to get rid of their waste, and they decide to dump it in the Mississippi River. Well, you're going to hear complaints from Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, and all the states that are going to get the backwash of what's flowing down the river. If the federal government is not around to say, Minnesota, you cannot do this, then what can happen? I guess Wisconsin and Iowa and all of those other states just invade Minnesota? How do you stop? You got to have a federal government. You can only have states' rights so far when we're all in the same landmass. The reason I'm 100% against states' rights is just for the historical precedent of it. And I'll go to the next caller shortly, but there was a time in America where we operated from a states' rights platform. That we used to be that way. And for people like me, it was not a good place to be. I couldn't drive on I-80 and go across the nation. You know, I-80 goes all the way from the East Coast all the way to California. There would be gas stations I couldn't stop in. There would be police that might mistreat me. And if something happened, I could not depend on certain states to get justice for me, or if I passed away, to give it to my family. You need the federal government. A good example right now, we've had shows right now, last week, Elon Musk, along with Ben Shapiro, are calling for the killer of George Floyd to be pardoned. So if you only have state charges, or if you only have federal charges, you're only one lunatic from not getting justice. And that's the way it used to be when we had states' rights in this country. I just watched for probably the 10th time the movie, because Gene Hackman just passed away, Mississippi Burning. Perfect example where they sent those guys into that area because the state was not doing anything for the citizens in that area that happened to be minorities or anybody defending minorities, because they took out two white civil rights workers or something like that. If you've seen the movie Mississippi Burning, so it's a perfect example of how states' rights was not very dependable for minorities. So I'm never going to promote states' rights, because I do feel confident that if we went back to states' rights, stuff like that would happen again. Stuff like that would certainly happen again. I'm not one to believe that we've gotten over our past, the ugly past of America. We've gotten over that, and you can go back to the states' rights because nobody will ever do that again. No, I mean, isn't Trump right now trying to use laws from the 1700s? Isn't that what Arizona did when Roe v. Wade was rolled back? They went back to the 1800s and picked up a law. They're clearly willing to use that stuff. So I don't feel confident that if you go back to states' rights, nobody is going to do what they used to do back then. I mean, you're seeing example after example. So no, I'm just, for that reason alone, states' rights is frightening to me. Now, there may be some areas where it might work out, but if losing my freedom is going to be in the box with all the other things that may be decent, I don't want it. I mean, because the rest of that shit won't really matter. Looking in the comments right off the bat. Will G says Trump ain't shit. He also says MAGA ain't shit. Says the real reason why Trump is doing all this and hiring people like Pete Hegseth and I can't see what that says there, and somebody, is because they will green light shooting protesters. Pete Hegseth, Pete and Kane. Wow. Did any of you folks see that happening? Because certainly if things keep going the way they're going, there's going to be protests in America. I mean, Trump is a controversial guy. Does controversial shit. So there is likely going to end up being widespread protests, whether it's veterans, whether it's women, whether it's people of color, whether it's families of immigrants. I mean, he's going after a lot of different groups, whether it is Muslims. Hell, you may have Ukraine Americans. I mean, there's going to be protests in this country eventually. I mean, he's only been in office for 2 months, and there's a lot of people that are upset. So could you see what Will has said in the comments? Could you ever see a time where Trump would order the likes of Pete Hegseth and Kane to actually shoot or green light shooting protesters? You know, Tiananmen Square type stuff. Could you see the Trump administration doing that? That's pretty wild. Now, remember, there was some Republican states that passed laws during the Summer of Love, the Black Lives Matter protests, that did allow you to get away with running over protesters. There actually has been Republicans that favorite doing that. If you're going to block the highway when I'm trying to get home, I don't put in an honest 10 hours of work and I just want to go home and lay down. And if you're going to make it so that I'm, 2 hours late getting home, I should be allowed to run you over and kill you. There are folks on the right that do believe that. And they did try to pass some laws to allow that to happen. So if you favor that, then I guess there are people that probably would favor taking the lives of protesters. That's a different kind of America. That we certainly would have entered uncharted territory. I don't know if we ever been in that situation. Well, I know obviously with African Americans, we can talk about Selma and all of the stuff that happened during the Martin Luther King era. So I guess we have been in an era before when it was okay to bring harm upon protesters. But even back then, they weren't really shooting them, were they? Dogs and beating them with billy clubs. Like, I would assume a few of them probably did get shot, but it wasn't that. I mean, there was Bloody Sunday, but they weren't shooting them, were they? Wow. Hence why they're doing all they can in the agitation of getting black people out to protest. So you believe it's deliberate. Now, Will G in the comments says that the Trump administration is doing all they can to agitate minorities to promote them to protest so that they can then authorize the shooting of them. Oh, I don't know, Will. That's strong, man. You basically saying the Trump administration wants to kill minorities. By way, I don't know. I can't by way of yes or no in the comments. I want to see what you guys have to say about that. Yes or no? True or false? How many of you folks believe that the Trump administration wants to do that? Wants to do something like that? Wow. And I see in the comments, Randy said, stop race baiting. Really? Do I have to play some clips from Trump? Wow, a lot of you folks believe that. Damn. My TikTok audience really believes that. Let me see on YouTube. As a young disabled veteran living in Mississippi, I came... COL is hello. Okay, I don't know what COL means. He says, as a young disabled veteran living in Mississippi, I came COL is hella low, but the quality of living, cost of living. Cost of living is hella low in Mississippi. That is true. But the quality of living is low too. That is true too. I can tell how many ice grills I get from Old Salt because I get better care at the Veterans Administration. Yeah, the quality of living in Mississippi is, it is reminiscent of how poor that state is, which is what my caller on Clapper, I was trying to disagree with him on the notion that if you go to states' rights when it comes to education in poor states is going to be less. And certainly when you take into consideration states like Alabama and Mississippi, Louisiana get hit by them hurricanes, or at least are at risk of getting hit by hurricanes every year, they don't have money to take care of their citizens. Hurricane Katrina would have bankrupt Louisiana. There's no way they could have afforded to take care of their own citizens after something like Hurricane Katrina. So without the federal government, if everything's up to states' rights level, that state would be completely fucked. And I don't think Florida could handle it either. Florida has a huge GDP. But they get hit with hurricanes every year. There's no way Florida could handle all of them hurricanes hitting them year after year after year like that without federal funding. I think they would have a major problem down there if there was no federal funds to depend on, when you take into consideration the sheer amount of times they get hit with hurricanes. I really think it would make it harder in that state. A young brother like me getting better care over an old salty vet for Trump is exactly why they want to overhaul or get rid of the VA. So you're saying they want to get rid of the VA, and they will indeed implement rate. If to me, if they want to do that, it just seems like it would cause a drop in enrollment from minorities. Why would you go fight for the country if the country gonna treat you like shit? I wish I could have asked my grandfather that when I was younger. I'll go take another caller shortly, but I don't understand. People of color that fought in World War II and World War I. Why would you get involved in this, knowing damn well once this is over with, they're not gonna treat you as equal? Or even worse, you're in here fighting and you're willing to put your life on the line, and you're not even gonna get the proper promotions. I mean, you could damn near die on the battlefield. They're never going to give you the Medal of Honor. You're never going to be general. I don't care. You talk about lack of merit, DEI, didn't earn it. Doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to be a general. I don't care. I don't care how many Krauts you take out or Japs. Your rank is limited. Doesn't matter what your merit is. You're never going to get to this level. That level is reserved for white guys. So I don't understand it. I wish I could ask my grandfather that. Obama, Elizabeth Warren, Biden, and Harris derangement syndrome. There is plenty of that. I think Trump has Biden derangement syndrome for sure because he talks about him every single speaking engagement. MAGA Reacts, one of my subscribers there. Good evening. Welcome to the program. You got echo.
Hey, give me a second. Hey, what's up?
Hey, I don't know, but I'm being accused of fluffing for Trump. Somebody says, what are you getting right now for fluffing for Trump? There's no fluffing going on. So,
bro, they're the real fluffers. Where do you want to start? Because a lot of shit has been spoken by everybody. That last guy, not the last guy, the one before him. And why do you put Denkel and Michael back to back? They're basically the same person. They say all the same shit.
No.
It's all the same shit. Everything's either racist, or they're trying to rob us, or it's racist, or it's fascist, or he's trying to rob us.
Listen,
it's the same shit back to back. It's kind of at least put somebody in between.
I put folks in between that are there. I didn't see you there. And listen,
I was there.
Okay.
I've been there for like the last 3 days. I don't know why. Every time I subscribe to you, I'm like harder to see for some reason.
Yeah, I see you now. So what we're talking about, first of all, how do you feel about the Trump economy? That was the first thing we talked about. And you see Trump at war because he also ordered a strike in Yemen. So we do have Trump as a wartime president, even though
it's not war. That's just attacking pirates. That's not even a real military. Those are people. Pirates are attacking our ships going through the Suez Canal, which I'm all for.
Wait. What is war in your opinion?
War is like in putting troops in Yemen and invading the country and taking over the government, or funding somebody doing that. So, like Israel going to Yemen, it would be the closest, I guess.
So if you blow up shit from the air, that's not war?
No, and he did plenty of that his last 4 years.
So in other words, Bin Laden didn't declare war on America.
No, he committed terror. He didn't declare war. That wasn't a war. That was a terrorist act.
You ever heard of the phrase "an act of war"?
Okay, but that wasn't an act of war.
That's what they called it. That's exactly what they called it. They even invoked Article 5 or whatever. Exactly, they called it an act of war.
Okay. Again, I don't know how this affects this argument.
It affects this argument because you said that Yemen is not a war. Trump had our aircraft go to that nation.
He's not attacking Yemen. He's attacking terrorists in Yemen.
If you cannot go to a nation and start blowing up shit saying there's terrorists in your name. I mean, that would be like if I went to, let's say I'm a gang member and I go down to Tijuana, Mexico or something, and I do some damage down there and I come back. Now all of a sudden the Mexicans are blowing my house up, talking about, we're not attacking the U.S., we're attacking gang members in your area. That's an act of war. You can't blow up shit in somebody else's country.
I guess, but those guys were firing rockets at our military ships, at merchant ships. I mean, these guys, aren't innocent people. They were not even a couple of months ago were firing rockets at us.
Then it's war. Then it's
okay. If it helps you to call it war. But it's really not war. This is like barely shooting two missiles.
They're firing rockets at us. We're going to their country and blowing up shit. I mean, what else is
if
that?
If they're fighting actual Yemen military, I would agree with you. But they're fighting nobodies. They're fighting terrorists. Anyway, what I really want to talk about is that the trans guy that was saying how all the ways that Trump hurt him, and none of it has happened. He didn't keep him out of the military. He didn't not pay his mother. His mother is not even to the point where she's supposed to get paid yet. And as far as the transgender argument, why they shouldn't be in the military,
right?
Even in their own definitions, they have what's it called? Gender dysphoria, right? And they need medication and surgeries and all this stuff to fix it, right?
I'm not trans. I don't know anybody, so I can't say yes or no.
Most of them take puberty blockers or do surgeries or do all kinds of stuff to put them in the right body because they believe they're in the wrong body. So by that, they're like unhealthy. And we normally don't put unhealthy people in the military. We don't recruit people that need surgeries and medication and all this stuff. Like I wanted to join the Air Force and fly jets for a living. Like if you come to my house, I have like a full flight simulation, the most badass flight sim you could see. And I couldn't because of my eyesight. Did I call the Air Force racist for not letting me fly jets because of my eyesight?
I don't know how you making this leap, but because I need glasses, they need the puberty blockers and medication. Here's the difference. Here's the difference of why I'm accusing what you're doing as a leap. If you have corrective vision where you cannot fly the aircraft or you can't do the job, that's one thing. A transgender person, they can do the job. So why are they being put out? They can actually do the job.
But they also need a lot of medication. They need a lot of care.
That ain't always true. I don't believe that. I don't believe every.
Just like what you said, if they're just wearing a wig and glasses or whatever, I'm all for it. Do it. But if I don't believe that to maintain their body.
Yeah, I don't believe that every transgender person is taking a host of prescriptions like you're saying. I mean,
okay, so that's where we should draw the line. If they're not taking prescriptions and they don't need medication, they're welcome. Go ahead. Then they're just basically cross-dressing.
I'll give you a perfect example. When Trump became president, he made it so that transgender that were actually serving already got kicked out. So clearly, them folks are doing their job. There were people in the military.
They're also getting like a ton of free, I want to say free because they earned it from working, but they were getting a ton of care. We're spending a lot of money to basically transition.
I don't. So you're making it sound like every transgender person is getting all sorts of surgeries and medical care. I don't believe that's true.
I'm pretty sure it's true, but you could look it up. I don't want to. I'm not transgender, so I can't tell you 100%.
And that's what I think the problem is the hatred toward that community. People are blaming stuff on them that's not true. If I went in the military as a man and I wanted to transition to a woman, I mean, you don't been trained through all sorts of stuff. I can see kicking that person out. You can't just switch over or something like that. But if you're in here already, you came in as a transgender woman.
I think that's a good argument. Like I said, if it's just like them changing how they look, I'm for them staying in the military. Go ahead, serve our country. But if you need a lot of care, if you need a lot of medication, if you're taking hormones,
See, this is just like the DEI and affirmative action stuff. This is why when you say stuff without any actual proof, it leads to these kind of conversations. Just like
it's just common knowledge that they take medication to
all of them.
What's up?
All of them?
I don't want to say all of them, but most of them, especially the ones that call themselves. I mean, otherwise they're not really transgender. They're just identifying as a woman.
I don't even know if it's most of them. I mean,
I want to say that's what the right fears. The fact that you want to use these chemicals and these surgeries on kids. You
Well,
know,
let me ask you though. The kid, listen, hold on. The kid, we talking about military personnel, so we talking about adults, but let's talk about somebody in the military. If you're in the military, and let's say you're taking puberty blockers or whatever this other stuff you're talking about is, if you can still fly a jet, you can fire a rifle or whatever, why would you ban them because they take a few extra pills?
I mean, these are hormone pills. We don't even know the full effect of these medications. They're all brand new. This is all brand new stuff, brand new science. We have no idea the full effect. Plus, just being hormonal, like you don't want to put a pregnant woman in a jet and have her, her hormones affect her performance.
If they are doing the job, you're getting rid of them because you think something in the future might cause a problem?
That's a huge if. I'm not trusting a $2 billion machine to someone who needs medication to function.
All of these folks in the military that have actual PTSD from multiple tours, but this dude that's wearing a wig, that's the guy you've drawn a line at? You realize how many mentally ill people that are straight that are in the military?
Talking about flying a jet. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's how I feel. At least like with those people, you have to actually diagnose them. With these people, we know they're taking this medication. It's part of the process.
Okay, so what if I got PTSD?
PTSD, you have to diagnose, and I'm thinking they get therapy for it. But
so if a person has PTSD, which is a mental illness, do you kick them out too?
I mean, yes. If it's bad, definitely yes. That's what a psychiatrist does. They examine them and they determine if they should continue or if they're no longer safe on the battlefield.
Yeah.
I mean, why would we put someone with PTSD in battle? They already have PTSD.
Yeah, but you don't automatically put a PTSD person out. You evaluate them. With the transgender, you're not even giving an evaluation. You're just assuming that they are a defect and kicking them out. They may be perfectly healthy mentally, but you're not even, you take medicine, that means you must be trash.
But they're saying they're not healthy and they need medication to transition. Like, it's not. I mean, again, if it's just cross-dressing, then they're welcome to perform. If it's just clothes and physically they're not taking any medication or anything like that, then
but what does the medication have to do with it? If your job is let's say you're in Vegas and your job is operating drones that fly overseas. You're taking medication, but you're perfect at what? Why is the medication making you kick the person out?
Because like hormone medication affects your behavior, affects how you act.
Can we get to that point where we have verifiable evidence that that's taking place? Because there are people who take hormones that doesn't happen to them.
No, that's how hormones work. They affect your mood. They affect a lot of things.
You're in the military killing people. Your mood's going to be affected no matter what you're taking.
I understand, but I'd rather start with someone who's all natural, who doesn't need antidepressants and hormones and all the things. Even like we're not even talking about just transgender. I'm talking about someone that has PTSD shouldn't also be serving because they also require medication.
What if they got high blood pressure?
That's for the doctors to decide, but we know transgenders, they for sure use a lot of medication to maintain that female or male body.
What if they got high blood pressure? They're diabetic. You gonna kick them out too?
That's fine. Diabetic medication. I mean, diabetic maybe, but high blood pressure medication for sure is not enough to affect your decision making.
I think you should first wait before you just automatically assume everybody that's transgender is going to be a crazy person. I mean, like I said, before Trump, before Trump, there were transgender folks in the military doing the job successfully, proving that what you're saying is a bunch of BS. They were doing it, and he kicked them out.
I mean, I don't know the story of those people. I don't know if they were in combat. I don't know if they were at a base doing paperwork. I don't know the whole story.
And that is the problem, MAGA X. That's the problem, is you don't know the story because he just kicked them out. You don't even know if they actually deserve to be kicked out or not.
I'm just giving you another point of view. I'm not trying to even fight this. I'm just giving you another point of view.
You're trying to fight it, and that's what I'm saying. This is just like the DEI stuff, where he doesn't give you how the person lacked merit. He just fires him and yells DEI. He doesn't give you how the transgender person was mentally ill. He just fires him and yells transgender. This isn't about actually going after people who deserve to be dealt with. He's doing this stuff just for dislike of certain folks.
No, but it's not just that. I mean, that's also one point of view. That could be one factor. I don't believe it is. And what you're saying could be one factor. What I'm saying could be one factor. There's a lot of reasons for these things, including with the DEI stuff.
You know
one
what?
reason could be racism. One reason is he doesn't want to do reverse discrimination.
There is hold on. We can go back and forth on what reason may be this or that. One thing, and by the way, Big Dog, appreciate the hat and mustache. Yeah, thank you. One thing we can't go back and forth on is the lack of evidence definitively proving what he's saying. If you say the person is DEI, show us the resume and show us why they should not have had the position. You and I can argue on whether it's racism or whether it's this or that. We can't argue on the fact that he hasn't shown proof.
But it's not just about them being DEI. It's about when you advertise DEI, when you're telling people we're only going to hire LGBTQ, POC, and all these things. You're basically telling 70% of the country that don't even bother applying because we're hiring only DEI. That's discrimination.
There's nowhere out there like that.
When there's a shortage of people, there should be no discrimination whatsoever.
But that's not how it works. If they say we're hiring DEI, let's say there's a factory floor where there's 100 workers there. And they say DEI means that 15% of this workforce needs to be minorities. That doesn't mean the other 85 people may not be white males. It's not like jobs are disappearing from white people. So people make it sound like there are offices. You're making it sound like that there are offices out there where the whole office is gay. That's just not happening.
But there are.
Where?
But there are.
Where?
And a lot of people tell stories. Adam Carolla has a famous story where he went to apply to become a firefighter in California, and he didn't even bother because he applied, and by the time they even let him come in to be interviewed, it was almost a year later, and he already had another job.
And I saw him tell that story, and he admitted that he was over the quota of white men. It ain't like white dudes weren't getting the jobs. When they put DEI, they're trying to say we don't want the whole damn force to be white. That's what they're doing.
But you see, how after that, he's don't even bother applying because they're only hiring DEI. And that's the past. That's 20, 30 years ago. Today, it's the opposite. No white people are applying to a lot of these jobs, especially in California, because they don't think they're going to get hired.
I don't know any job in California that doesn't have an ample amount of white people doing it. So the white people that are not applying, they're just screwing themselves out of a job. There's no fire department or police station that has nobody white on it. I mean, so
that's the message I'm getting, and I'm sure that's the message a lot of white people are getting.
Yeah, just like replacement theory. That we're gonna somehow
replacement theory. It's just they're not hiring, so don't bother to hire. And then now the other side has shortages. That's what I'm talking about. Jobs where there's shortages. Why do you even advertise DEI if you're having a shortage and having a problem hiring people? Just take whoever shows up and make sure they qualify. But don't be telling people that you're doing DEI when there's a shortage of the job. Like the FAA. There's a shortage of FAA people. Why do they even bother advertising DEI?
Hold on. The shortage in the FAA ain't got shit to do with DEI. They've been firing them all. It got nothing to do with DEI. They got something to do with Trump.
I actually have a lot of air traffic controllers friends, so I need to call them and ask them about this because I keep forgetting to do it before talking to you.
Yeah.
But again, it doesn't matter what it is. You shouldn't even advertise DEI. You should be we need FAA people. We need air traffic controllers.
Why did DEI and affirmative action come about to begin with?
Yeah, this is my next point that I've been saving for a few days now. It feels like you and Denkel and Michael are kind of stuck in the past. I understand.
You're not answering the question, though.
It is, because in the past, you're right. We needed DEI and affirmative action. I was pro those things in the past. But today, I don't think they're needed anymore. Today, they're more discriminatory than the reason they were put into law or whatever. The reason they were adopted. They've become more racist and discriminatory in my eyes than the reason we have them.
Yeah, that's you know something. When I see Trump bringing back laws from the 1700s and Arizona bringing back laws from the 1800s, and then I hear you say, "Well, that stuff happened in the past; they're not going to go back to it." And we got real world examples of people doing it right now.
You're misinterpreting.
Damn right I am, because what you're saying don't make sense.
What I'm saying is it doesn't matter, like, especially in California. Are you telling me all the people hiring in California are racist? The people who usually adopt DEI things, if they're adopting DEI, then they're not racist in the first place. So why do they need to even advertise
They're
DEI?
not adopting DEI. It became the law.
It's not a law. It's something you adopt. Okay. Where is there a law that says you have to do DEI? It's something
affirmative action was the law.
Choose to do.
The affirmative action was the law. I gotta move on, but
affirmative action was better because that at least had to do with race, which, you know, like there's a lot of races, a lot of minority races, but when you narrow it down to like 1% of the population, to the LGBTQ and people of colors, you're narrowing down to 1%, and you're trying to like employ people here, and there's a shortage. Why are you limiting your people to 1% of the population?
Yeah.
Why not hire from 100% of the population and don't discriminate at all?
Because if you give people the right to discriminate, they will do it. If you tell them affirmative action is not necessary and DEI is not, because remember, he's not just doing it he's not doing it just in the employment world. He's also removing DEI in the educational world. So that means that when you and I apply to a school, they can pick only your type. So that when you and I get to be adults, I don't have the merit because I wasn't allowed to get into school. Good example would be President Trump himself. He went to the Wharton School of Finance. I haven't seen his graduating class, but I'm pretty sure there was no minorities in it. So he has merit. Hold on. Trump has merit that may have not been available to others that could not get access to the Wharton School of Finance. So all of a sudden he comes out of school and he applies for a job, and if the job is only hiring those with merit, well, he has a degree. That's why people are against it.
You lost me there. I couldn't keep up. Like I lost the point you're trying to make.
I gotta go. All right. Appreciate it.
There's a lot of other stuff. I really want to talk about Newsom.
I gotta move on though. Fortunately, we'll get it on the next one.
Take care.
All right, always MAGA reacts. That is indeed. Moving on to the program. I'm sure he did lose you, says Mike. Well, you know something. I'm just going to say that again, because they're talking about privatizing schools and all of this stuff. Well, if you get rid of DEI, you get rid of affirmative action, and you allow the educational facilities to pick whoever they want. If they start picking one group of people, they've essentially made things better for that group throughout their lives, because once they reach adulthood, they're going to have merit in the people they didn't pick or not. That is how it was been done in this country from day one. Listen, in regards to what my last caller was suggesting, where me and him had the biggest disagreement is history will not repeat itself. That's where me and him have the biggest disagreement, is that he believes that if you remove the guardrails that prevented discrimination, racism, and all that stuff, if you remove the guardrails, people are not going to go back to that. I don't buy into that. I just don't buy into that. Mr. Walter, appreciate the hot mustache. Thank you very much. Trump is already doing it since facts only. Yeah, I don't buy into that, because I know what happened in 2021 when Joe Biden implemented Juneteenth, a holiday to honor the end of slavery. I had a hell of a lot of viewers that were not happy with that holiday, even though many of them get the day off themselves. So it's still clearly plenty of people out there like that. The idea that if you get rid of the guardrails, none of that shit will return, that's a hard pill for me to swallow. I know some of you folks may have a difference of opinion on it. Will G says there are news stories that in Trump's first term, Trump wanted Esper and Secretary of Defense to shoot protesters in the leg. I've heard those stories myself, especially when he was on the bench, he was to the church for the upside down bop. Yeah, when he used tear gas. He's talking about when they broke up the BLM protest in DC, where Trump went across the street to have the Bible photo op, where he's holding a Bible upside down. In fact, I think I have a photo of that in my own records because we've talked about it before, but that's what he's talking about. And yeah, there's been plenty of rumors that Trump wants the right to squelch protesters by bringing harm to them. I've heard that. Same thing with the immigrants. There was rumors that he wanted to put deadly animals in the Rio Grande, and also talking about shooting immigrants that were crossing illegally in the leg. So yeah, I believe that. And the reason why I believe it is because so many folks, I think a couple people from his own administration, Scaramucci or somebody like that, brought that up. So it is what it is. Before I continue on, and thank you guys that are tapping the screen on TikTok. By the way, if you guys favor this type of dialogue, open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, we don't dictate how anybody should speak. You can be critical of anybody in the comments up to and including yours truly. If you favor this type of conversation, follow the program. If you're on TikTok, clapper, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Real quick, and Will G says MAGA ain't shit. Says I'm convinced Trump has an NIL deal and MAGA is literally sponsored by Trump. You think MAGA's getting paid? They have to get checks to support and defend all that bullshit. He said, you think Trump and MAGA got an NIL deal? Wow. Well, you know, some people are true believers. Some people are true believers. Me too says some white men are always playing the victims, just crying because a little equality for people of color hurts their fee-fees. Yikes. You know, I heard somebody once say that if you're on top, having to share feels like oppression. And I can see it, you know, because listen, when it comes to complaining about DEI, like my last caller talked about, and I'll go to the box after this, but when it comes to complaining about, look, I can't apply for a job because they're only hiring people of color or they're only hiring gay people and things like that. I understand why folks are complaining against DEI. As I often point out, that if you go back far enough, you knew the next mayor was going to be a white guy. You knew the next head of the park district was going to be a white guy. You knew the next police chief was going to be a white guy. Point I'm making is if you were a white guy, you had a hell of a lot less competition back then. A lot less competition. So now there's a such thing as we've had too many white guys and now you got to hire a gay person or a person of color. I didn't used to have to deal with that. I didn't used to have to worry about competing with them. I knew that if, you know, I went to apply for a job and there were 10 of us in line and 2 of them were African Americans, they had no chance of getting the job. Or 2 of them were women, they were not going to get the job. So I can totally understand not wanting to compete for employment with people that you didn't used to have to compete. And by the way, this ain't just white guys. I mentioned the whole illegal immigrant issue in Chicago and some of these other cities competing for black jobs. Remember Trump talked about that? A lot of black folks do not like competing with other people for jobs. Now, those are, people who are here illegally, but nobody wants to compete if they don't have to. Now, the DEI thing is totally different, though, than the immigrant issue, but I'm just simply saying nobody likes to compete, which is why the overwhelming majority of people complaining about DEI are white guys. Overwhelming majority of them. If you hear somebody complaining about DEI, there's some women in there, but it's overwhelmingly white people, white guys, not even the women, white guys, because they are the ones that had the sole amount of power that have had to share. Everybody else was kind of taking a back seat. So I understand why they're complaining, because like I said, if I didn't used to have to compete with you, I don't want to have to compete with you going forward. So it is what it is. But I do have a hard time believing that if you remove the guardrails from the past won't come back to haunt you. Continuing on with the program, I do want to bring up, don't know what I looked at there, but we'll continue on with Arletha. She was holding there. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Arletha. It goes back to merit and the NBA. Why the hell are the majority of athletes all black making the big bucks, millions? Well, first of all, you can't bring up the NBA without bringing up the NHL or NASCAR, right? Hold on a second there, Arletha. But if you want to use the NBA as an example, you're going to skip over the NHL. You're going to skip over NASCAR and all of these other sports where, I mean, look, the African American community, because of the way things used to be where they only had a small amount of options, put a lot of investment into trying to either rap or be an athlete. So you're going to probably get better ones from that pool. But I will also say, as Jimmy the Greek once pointed out, a lot of African Americans were bred to be better physically because they could pick cotton and work in the fields. Well, a lot of that is translated nowadays to bigger and better and stronger athletes. But they were bred that way. And that's what, if you were old enough to remember Jimmy the Greek, he said that. Continuing on with the program, I guess Arletha dropped. We'll continue on because guardrails have become racist. I don't know if you put up, you're saying the guardrails are racist. I understand the way you're phrasing it, and technically that is true. Like I always use the example of Monopoly, where you take one player and you let that player go around the Monopoly board a couple hundred times while all the other players, their thimble and their little symbol has to stay on goal, while one player is going around collecting $200 each time. He's able to buy property and all of that. And then on the 201st time, you tell everybody else you can go now. Now, those players are going to be way behind that other guy. The only way to remotely make the system fair for those other people that were held back is you're going to have to do some racist shit. That's the only way. You can't hold one group back for an extended period of time and then say, okay, everybody can go and do things freely now. It's all equal now. No, it's not. You own all the damn properties. It ain't equal. The only way it can be equal is you're going to have to give up some of those properties you've been buying. Give up some of the money you've been making from me landing on your properties, which to you, because by that point it's your great-grandson, to him it's going to look racist. But unfortunately, you know, I got to tell your great-grandson, he got to come up off of some of that because your great-granddad lived like a king at the expense of my great-great-grandmother. So, yeah, it looks wrong happening to you, but there's a reason so yeah, I get that you're saying it's racist, but the only way you're going to equal it out is you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to counter the racism that caused it. You can't just say we all equal now and everybody's free. No, because these people, you ain't gave them nothing. You gave the other person the ability to go around and buy properties up and everything. And now you're going to let this person go around that has no properties or anything and say, but hey, we're all equal now though. No, we're not. So yeah, it is racist. There's no other way to do it without it being racist. Looking in the comments, Johnny says, woke nonsense that cost y'all the election. Look, Trump was a better candidate in terms of getting the people to believe his story than Kamala Harris was. It ain't necessarily just woke nonsense. I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons the Democrats lost. Woke nonsense is part of it. But 107 days to run against a guy that's been campaigning for 6-7 years, that had a lot to do with it. You know, a lot of folks didn't feel she was authentic. She might have not been the right candidate. There's a million different things that caused the Democrats to lose. And parties lose. That's it. Next go round, Democrats may win. Parties lose. That's the shit. You want to talk about woke nonsense where maybe the Democrats went way too far in the progressive area? Well, now that you're forcing kids to read the Bible and shit in schools, you've gotten Roe v. Wade to the point where they're starting to pass laws that prohibit a woman from leaving the state. You're going too far to the right. So whatever the right-wing version of woke nonsense is, the right may be involved in that. So understand, elections come and go. Let me go back to the box. Most educated in what African studies? I don't know what you're saying there. Don't know what I just hit. I'm trying to bring up a caller here. We'll go to Mr. Walter White. Yeah, I mean, it could be a swinging pendulum. The left may have went too far, but the right, now that Trump has all the power, he could go too far. I can guarantee you the amount of people getting fired will not help Trump come the midterms or election time. Mr. Walter, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how are you tonight?
I'm in the trenches, man. What am I getting wrong tonight?
Man, you're not getting anything wrong. I mean, these people are delusional. Trump is sinking. He's a sinking ship. As is Elon.
Well, Elon is, in my opinion, expendable. If Elon fucks up and Trump says he fucked up and I had to let him go, MAGA will just ignore Elon. I mean, everybody, the Trump administration is kind of like an episode of Law and Order SVU. As long as you got Mariska Haggerty, whatever her name is, the rest of the cast, you can even get rid of Ice-T's ass. The rest of the cast can rotate. As long as you got that one character, they don't give a damn about anybody else. They'll get rid of Elon and move on like nothing happened.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah. But yeah, it's not going well. Is my opinion. Is what I'm saying. Is that the zeitgeist, whatever you want to call it, is not doing well for Trump, and especially not for Elon. I mean, you saw how much money this fucking guy lost in 3 days. It was $50 billion. I mean, it's not a small
but is it really getting through to the people? I'm a big Bill O'Reilly fan, for instance, and he stated that since Trump's been in office, the economy has lost, or the stock market has lost $3 trillion. And he admitted my stocks are down all the way across the board. But yet he's still a strong Trump supporter. So these folks know what you're talking about, but it doesn't sound, it's not hitting home.
Who's these folks? People who are in the market?
Supporters.
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
I'll give you an example. The folks on Fox News, they're not poor, and they're supporting Trump. They got stocks that are taking hits. Their 401ks are getting hurt.
Yeah, they don't know it yet because they're not getting the actual information. Look, we just had a devastating round of storms in the deep red states, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, estimates are 40 to 50 deaths. God knows how much money is, going to happen. Is FEMA funding that? Is FEMA going to fund that?
Well, let's see. He hasn't made any cuts at FEMA yet, has he?
Yes, he has.
But that's what I don't get. Maybe I'm giving Trump too much credit, as some of my viewers say I'm fluffing for Trump, but I don't think Trump even knows all of the stuff that Elon is doing. I think he's kind of just said Elon Musk is part of the team and gave him carte blanche access. To me, Elon Musk kind of comes across as, you get on an airplane and you put your kid in the front seat and he's just pulling levers. He don't know what that does. You fucking with the flaps, you got the ailerons. I mean, he's just pulling levers. And Trump is just like, it is what it is. I don't even think Trump is really paying attention to what Elon is doing.
No, Elon is Trump's pimp. He paid for her. He paid for her to be where he is. He got her in where his position is. And now he's like, I'm pulling the fucking levers, okay?
So what is his goal, though? Because, I had a caller say this earlier, and to me, it kind of makes sense. Elon Musk is almost acting like if somebody put a person in and their goal was to sabotage the United States, he almost is acting like that. I'm for smaller government and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, but not when you're using a chainsaw and you're not even actually paying attention to who you're firing. And that's what Elon is doing. So what is the goal of Elon?
To be 100% honest, I don't know. If I had to guess, it is that this man is not mentally stable. I mean, there are very credible reports that he has a severe ketamine habit. He is autistic. He is obviously a smart person. He's not a dumb person. And he's like a super villain. I don't know what he's trying to do other than,
it's like, down. My mom used to tell me, may God rest her soul, if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Like, this guy just paid you $350 million because he was that eager to make America great. Like, he got businesses and he just paid, he don't want nothing out of you. He just want to be part of the American dream and make the country great. Who does that? Who gives up hundreds of millions of their own money just to come in because they really want to make America a better country? They don't want nothing for it. That doesn't make sense.
You've seen the quote where he said, if Trump doesn't win, I'm going to prison.
Yeah,
You've seen that?
Yeah,
he said that, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen how many billions of dollars that the U.S. government is paying his companies?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
But his companies are taking a major hit because most of Elon Musk's money, I mean, obviously he's not going to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It's not sitting in some bank or under his mattress. Tesla represents most of his money. And Tesla has lost, I think I heard last $700 billion before Trump started selling Teslas on TV. If that company goes belly up, Elon ain't going to be nowhere near number one.
Yeah, I think it's actually pronounced Tesla. I'm not sure, but that's what I heard on TV. It's Tesla.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. So all of his loans for buying X or whatever the fuck, Twitter, were in Tesla stock. So what's going to happen now that Tesla stock is sunk? Are the banks going to call in his loans? Or, I mean, did you see him on the Fox News interview where he was basically a fucking, he's mute? They were like, how is this happening? And he couldn't even fucking talk. He couldn't even fucking speak about it.
I've seen clips of it. And by the way, in the comments, Queen or something like that says you missed the joke. I did catch the reference of the 1980 song "You're Headed for Self-Destruction." I was going to, if that's what you're talking about, I seen your quote, self-destruction. But yeah, Elon Musk though, he seems like, I don't know, a Rubik's Cube while the colors are everywhere. I don't know how to make him out. I mean, like, what are you trying to do?
Look, I agree. This guy is obviously a very smart person. I'm not trying to take away from his intellect, but he is not a stable person, is my point. I mean, he's going on record saying that he takes ketamine as a regular drug to maintain his, normalcy.
What do you want to do? You want to treat him like a transgender and kick him out of the government because he's taking too many drugs?
Come on, man. That's not the same thing. I'm just saying this is.
I get your point. I'm making a joke.
All right. Good enough. But I'm just saying that this guy is not a stable person to be. He was not elected. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? This guy isn't.
Mr. Walter, he is a MAGA hero. Elon is a MAGA hero.
I don't deny that. I'm not saying that that's not true. But was he elected to do what he's doing? Let's talk about what just recently happened.
They're going to bring up that Kamala Harris wasn't elected either, and she got the nomination.
I know.
I got to do what I got to do. You know I got to do it.
Nice try, bro. She absolutely was. But whatever. Let's look. That is no comparison whatsoever to what the power that Elon has going on right now, whatever. Okay, look, you saw the recent, federal judge ruling on Trump deporting people without due process.
Yeah, they even told him to turn the damn planes around. And he's pretty much giving them a middle finger.
Yeah, exactly. So is that legal? Is that due process? Is that how we've done things for 275 years or whatever? I mean, what are we coming up on?
I think Trump knows that the enforcement is going to be little to. I mean, because he controls the Department of Justice. So even if he does get on the wrong side of a judge, anything that judge orders, like, well, the Supreme Court is going to say, "I'm president. You can't really implement it. You can't do any of this shit."
Right. Yeah, and they're already talking about impeaching this judge. I mean, do we have a constitution or do we not? This is the question.
It's like a person would, heart failure. You still have a heart, but it's failing. I mean, we still have a constitution, but yeah, it's at its weakest state, in my opinion.
My opinion is that if they start, which he has already, ignoring federal judge rulings, that's it. We're done. It's a done deal.
Oh shit, he's been doing that all along.
Dude, this is what I've talked about this with you for weeks, and I said it's leaning towards authoritarianism, right? And we will see how it plays out.
You know,
Here we go. This is the first test, right, Tim? Come on.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point where I'm about to go get a small caliber weapon and take out a crow and have to eat it on air, because a lot of stuff that I have been saying in defense of Trump, because I even was like, some of that's liberal fear mongering, but some of the stuff is coming true so fast. Like Project 2025 is one that folks have been saying the liberals are fear mongering. Trump said he don't know anything about Project 2025, and that manual is coming to life fast. I mean, like 2 months in, like 30% of that is already coming. That manual is coming to life so quickly that it's hard to deny it.
Yeah, I appreciate that admission, and also it's not by this is by design. This is not by happenstance. This is fast and quick. You saw Bannon talking about this, and months before this happened. This is by design.
Yeah.
And honestly, I have a lot of fears about different things, and you have fears about some things as far as like immunity for police. It's happening, Tim. This is fucking unbelievable. Well,
he has not given police immunity just yet, but yeah, it's coming.
Just yet.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
And I said it hasn't happened yet because it is. I mean, he is. I mean, what Elon talked about pardoning the killer of Derek Chauvin, George Floyd rather, pardoning George Floyd's killer at the federal level. He can't do anything about it statewide, but he's trying to do what he can. That's Elon Musk doing that. In Virginia, Governor Youngkin just pardoned a guy who was going to get 3 years in prison for a cop for killing somebody. Right. Then, of course, Governor Abbott down there pardoned Daniel Penny, who got 20 years by a jury for killing. I mean, so they are doing it. It's just slow.
It's honestly, it's not. This is not a coincidence. This is what they're doing. And I live in Virginia, and this is the plan.
Where's the protest?
Where's
the protest? Where's the outrage? If what you're saying is true, certainly with veterans and all these people, why are there are there so few people, rather? Even the Democrat Congress sat there. Where is the unity to speak up if this is what you're talking about?
No, I agree with you. But like I said, I mean, it's a purple state. The majority of the blue is in Northern Virginia. And, the big, the capital and whatever. But the problem is that if it doesn't affect you, and this is what I'm talking about, white people, basically, if it doesn't affect normal, whatever, normal in quotes, if it doesn't affect you in your bank account, in your day-to-day, it doesn't matter to you. But when it starts to do that, then you'll see it.
I had a woman on here earlier, Gangsta Grandma, talking about her husband was lost, and she passionately made a good point that's in reference to what you just said, where you said if it doesn't affect you, your bank account. She's like, you sold us out for tips, tax on tips. You sold us out for eggs. I mean, what she said resonated. Like, I mean, you really want the price of eggs to be lowered so damn much that you're willing to ignore all this stuff? If what you're saying is true, what she said makes sense, that people sold us out for a few extra pennies in their pocket. If what you're saying is true.
Yes, it is true. I mean, look, 95% of this country are good people. And, of all the, Trump people, I don't think they're all bad people. I just think they want to help their own lives. They want to have a better economy. They want to, whatever the case. But they're just not necessarily educated on things. And that was where Trump succeeded. He was able to motivate people who were never politically motivated before. And now they are. But they don't necessarily understand what the fuck he's doing and manipulating them and taking away their, you talk about these farmers, the USAID, all of that funding that went to farmers, and that, all of these people are fucked now. I don't know if you've seen any of these videos online about, regular, traditional Republican people are getting fucked by all this.
But I still say it's not enough of them, because I got, I get Republicans and MAGA and Trump supporters on my program all the time, and they still are quite pleased with the performance of Trump. You just see MAGA reacts. MAGA reacts still think Trump's doing a good job. Yeah. I had a veteran on here on Clapper. He definitely favors Trump, even though he's a disabled vet himself. I mean, even though, he believes that the folks that are getting rid of it, the VA and all of that, and the veterans losing their jobs, they're waste. They need to go.
Right. So my reaction to that is, these are people who are engaged. There are many, 10 times the number, who are not engaged. They don't listen to you. They don't listen to anybody on TikTok. They're not political people, but they're getting fucked. You look at the numbers, and that's who's being affected. It's not that people who are engaged and they're Trump advocates or they're, left advocates. These are not the main people. Most people don't give a fuck about, if you look at the last election, there were more people who didn't vote that voted for either candidate. These are the people. These are the normal people. They don't give a shit about politics.
But let me ask you this before I move it on. Is it possible that maybe we're hammering Trump too much, considering he's only been in office for a little bit less than 2 months? Is it, because he could turn the economy around. He could end the wars like he promised. Yeah, he didn't do it on day one. He didn't do it in 24 hours, but he's been in office less than 2 months. Do we have what they might refer to as TDS, Trump derangement syndrome? Are we hammering this guy too damn quickly?
Look, I never say never, and I would say
Justin Bieber says that.
It's possible. It's possible, but I don't think so. I believe that this man is, he's not a competent person, and he's hired non-competent people. And I think the house of cards is going to fall, man. I don't want it to happen. I love this country. I don't believe it should, but I'm not impressed. And I will say this. This is the reason that I say this. Like, I can't, I defy anyone to argue this point. If you are going after waste, fraud, and abuse, why would you not hire auditors? And why would you not go after the Defense Department, who has never passed an audit? And every year that they've tried, that is the number one source of waste, fraud, and abuse. But they didn't start there. They started with some bullshit that helped people, that helped farmers, that helped, normal people. Yeah. I know a person who, my good friend of mine, who has an autistic son who has Medicaid because they need it. And that shit has stopped. They have no funding. They have no more money for their kid. I
can't argue with that. That is the $64 million question. If you're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, why didn't you show up with auditors? That's the question I asked.
Let me hear a Trump person argue that.
I'll see if I can find one. Thank you. I'll see if I can find one. Great point, though. Why didn't and we've argued that question earlier in the program, back when Trump first got hired and started firing people. Yeah, why would you show up with anything but auditors, computer programmers and stuff like? Why would you not show up with folks that's the chainsaw approach? You show up with a scalpel. If you're going to, actually look into the people that you're being fired to verify they don't have merit or verify they're not doing their job, you show up with a scalpel. You'd have managers come in and go through records, make sure the person hasn't shown up for work, or what other things are they accusing folks? People, ghost payrollers, people getting paid that don't work at all. They would have performance reviews. They would sit down. They're just chopping whole departments. So clearly innocent people are getting hurt in that. Now, a lot of Americans don't care, but there's clearly innocent people getting hurt in that as well because of the abrasive nature of how they're doing it. In the comments, I saw somebody on Clapper said, I got a Clapper account just for this. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's the people who think they're sane that you have, people who think they're sane that you have to watch for. Yikes. And I wanted to, You're not gonna argue with God. Hopefully we don't get to that point. Real quick in the comments here, please tell us on Clapper how to join the call. You hit so many points that I can really address. I wish I could tell you that. I'm new to Clapper. I'm advised when you want to join. And by the way, who just said that? Because we are live on Clapper as well. That is Marcus. I don't know what you hit at the bottom of your screen, but if it indicates you want to come on, I'll bring you up. There's something you have to hit on. I'm very new to Clapper, but I am on Clapper for you folks who want to come through. I've had some MAGA callers come over on Clapper. If you don't have a Clapper or a TikTok account, that's how you actually can call in. So I would bring you up, but I don't see how to do it myself. It was never about competition. White guys literally rigged the game. They didn't want people of color to read or write, and people were punished if they learned. That has, for the most part, been the American way. That is how America was. And that's what I said earlier when I was talking to MAGA Reacts, I think it was. When I said, if you get rid of the guardrails, I don't feel confident that people won't go back to the. Isn't there a phrase, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it? And we're trying to suggest that if you get rid of the protections against what used to happen in history, that won't come back. I mean, you got them renaming bases after Confederates again. I mean, there's a lot of history repeating itself under the Trump administration. I mentioned the abortion laws in Arizona that came back up from the 1800s. Trump is using deportation methods from the 1700s. And folks at the same time were saying, but you don't have to worry about anything from the past. It ain't going to come back. The hell it won't. It's happening in front of you. So, when you remove DEI and affirmative action, my guess is the reason we originally created DEI and affirmative action will come back. I would bet everything on that. It makes no sense that if you get rid of what do folks say if you get rid of the Second Amendment, what will happen? Tyranny. That's the reason the Founding Fathers gave us Second Amendment rights. If you get rid of it, the government, isn't that what they say? Second Amendment is a guardrail against tyranny. So the people who are saying the guardrails aren't preventing anything are using that same argument when it works for them. First thing you do, you start talking about the gun ban. Well, that's what Adolf did when he wanted to do what he wanted to do. That's the first thing they do is they take away your gun rights. It's going to cause tyranny. But you just said that you don't need the guardrails anymore. But when it comes to taking away your gun, you clearly see the need for it. So, I absolutely believe that if you take away the guardrails that prevented the atrocities of history, the atrocities are going to come back. I don't know to what level, but they will. Some of that will certainly come back. Elon and Doge were a huge part of the Trump election. I think Trump would have won without Elon, though. I really do. And I can see why people like Doge, waste, fraud, and abuse, getting rid of that shit is across the board something people want to do. I don't think getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse is bad at all. I just think that what Elon Musk is doing goes way beyond getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. When you're having to hire people back, clearly you don't get rid of something that was not wasteful, fraudulent, or abusive. Also, he's calling a lot of people waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's insulting. People, saying people were getting letters where they were fired for, performance, and they've never had a performance review. I mean, so it looks like they're making up reasons to fire people. Then there are people who are union, and there are contracts involved. If you're in a union, there are methods to firing you. You have a union steward, all of this stuff. They're just breaking the rules and doing whatever they want to do. So I'm fine with Doge if Doge was done according to the Constitution and according to the law, but they're not doing that. They're just mass firing people. They're just firing people all over the damn place. And there's a lot of innocent people getting caught up in that. So for that reason, I'm not for it. Because it wasn't, I mean, when he ran for president, he wasn't talking about doing nothing like that. Making it so that TSA agents no longer have the ability to bargain with the union. He didn't run on that. I mean, he's firing people in areas that never came up during this campaign. So Doge is what eons further. Eons rhymes with Elon. Is what eons further than what he ever led anybody to believe. And I can tell you that from the standpoint of a hell of a lot of people getting fired by Doge voted for Trump. You think they would have voted for somebody that was going to fire them? A lot of the folks that got fired were the same folks that are saying you should work for a living and not live off the dough. They never had any idea that the people they were voting for was going to tell them you ain't working hard enough for a living. We're going to treat them just like the people they're complaining about. You shouldn't live off the system. You should go out and get a job and put in an honest 40 hours a week like we do. And then all of a sudden you getting fired and you're finding out from the guy you voted that he don't think you're putting in an honest 40 hours of work. They clearly didn't vote for that. But officially they did. Looking in the comments real quick, MAGA never gave Obama or Biden a chance from day one. That is true. All their crying was considered scathing rebukes. But when it comes to Trump, he gets all the time in the world. Day one, we will start on year 4. That is true. You know, you hear Trump supporters always talking about they never gave Trump a chance from day one. He tried to disqualify Obama by saying the guy was born in another country. He never gave Obama a chance from day one. And of course, he tried to disqualify Biden by saying he stole the election. He never gave Biden a chance from day one. And of course, if Kamala Harris had won, he was not going to give her a chance from day one either. He was probably going to say she stole the election. So him stating that they never gave me a chance from day one, when he done it to his predecessor and his successor, he don't make a good messenger for that. But I get a lot of MAGA that comes on and say that all the time. It's hard to do anything for America when they never gave you a chance from day one. I'm like, you do realize he was doing the same shit to them. So, real quick in the comments, I remember Fox News back in the day, Britt Hume, Charles Krauthammer, the late Charles Krauthammer, and Bill Kristol, looking like they were down in the evil headquarters ripping on Obama. I used to watch a lot of Charles Krauthammer. Oh my God, he said they looked like they were down in the evil headquarters ripping on Obama. You know, the crazy thing is, back in them days, Fox News still had the ticker, the fair and balanced thing floating around. They don't even claim to be fair and balanced now. But back in them days, they had, what was it, Hannity and Combs. So Sean Hannity had a counterbalance. You had Bob Becker, who since passed away. Juan Williams, who has since kind of took a backseat and kind of left the network. He's pre-retirement kind of, Juan Williams. I mean, they had a lot. They did have more liberals on the network back then. But now they're Fox News. Even Bill O'Reilly admits they've went further to the right. Once Trump became president, they just became the Trump network. I enjoyed watching Fox, about 20 years of Fox News, when they weren't fair and balanced, despite them saying it. They leaned right, but it was still center right. And I enjoyed watching them. And I'll go take a call, but I enjoyed watching them then. But then because even though I lean a little bit left socially, I make it clear that, but I enjoyed the way they delivered the news. But they stood on right-wing principles, small government, pro-family, pro-Christianity, pro-life. You knew what, pro-2A. That's fine. I'm fine with that. When Trump came along, they went from standing on Republican values to we're down with whatever he's with. And if he changes his mind tomorrow, we're going to change our mind too. And that's when it became a little bit more challenging to watch. I still watch them, but it is harder to watch them now because, a lot of things that Trump is for, Fox News was vehemently against during the Bush and Obama years. And all of a sudden now, well, whatever he's for, we're with that. And like I said, if he changes his mind tomorrow, we're cool with that too. And that's just not standing on principle. That's standing on Trump. Going back to the box, continuing on. I don't know why it said somebody was in there, but Takesha Bowie. Good evening, Takesha. Is that Samuel Alito? Yeah, Takesha, good evening.
Hey, sugar.
Hey. So
what are we talking about today?
Well, we talking about Trump has A couple of things. He's now launched strikes on Yemen. Remember, he was the president that we were not going to be dealing with a bunch of wars like we were under previous presidents. Do you see? Now he said he's also, in addition to that, I'm asking a question. How do you feel about the Trump economy? He's only been in 7 or 8 weeks, so he hasn't been in that long. But the direction of the country under Trump with the economy, you feeling like optimistic, or you feeling concerned, good, bad?
I'm not feeling good at all. And you already knew I was gonna say that.
I gotta frame it.
I don't think he's doing a good job at all. I don't think that any president that doesn't know why we call it the District of Columbia should even be talking. You know, he said, handsome, he said that it's nowhere near Columbia, so why are we naming it the District of Columbia? He's going to change the name of it. He didn't even know it was named on the behalf of Christopher Columbus. I'm very embarrassed.
I didn't see that.
The President of the United States.
I did not see that.
Why is it called the District of Columbia when it's nowhere near it? I said, what in the rat's times hell is going on here?
Yeah, I didn't see that. Trump. Well, let's give Trump credit for what he is. He's a successful businessman. Politics. He didn't take a poli-sci class. And it's pretty clear.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. No, I'm not, Hassel. It's getting more ridiculous by the day. I mean, you got Elon crying like a newborn baby that got his ass spanked because he losing his money. This administration is a joke. It's a joke.
But I heard that it was the Biden administration that had everybody laughing at America.
Evidently, that comedy show has closed the curtains, and this one is wide open. It's funny, it's comical. There's something to laugh about every day. Now, we have had tragedies in Alabama. We've had deaths all over from these tornadoes, and you're on True Social about bragging about a golf tournament you won at your own golf course. What about the tragedies that are going on in these different states? Who cares about you winning a golf championship?
I'm telling you, MAGA.
Where is the real leadership?
But they think he's, well, when you say where's the leadership, he's cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, Takesha.
He's not.
Well,
stop it.
That's what we've been told.
Where's the money? Where are the checks that they've been waiting on? They said it was going to get $5,000 from the money that was wasted. Like I told you, how do you give someone something that's already been wasted?
What if he, now that's a good question. What if he actually did that, where he actually gave every American citizen $5,000? Would that satisfy you?
He's not doing that because Mike Johnson already said, if there's any money found, it's going back into the government.
But what if, just being speculating, what if he actually did that?
It wouldn't move me.
You got Trump derangement syndrome?
No, I'm just not a money person. Money don't move me, handsome.
Well, unfortunately, it moves most of the people in the country. So even if it don't move
you asked what you
yeah, I did ask you. I did.
I could care less about him giving people money. Whoop de damn do. So what is that doing?
So what would it take for Trump to win you over?
Stepping down.
Nothing at all. After only 2 months in office.
Stepping down.
There's nothing he could do.
Stepping down.
That's derangement syndrome, Takesha.
You can call it Trump derangement. You can call it Trump rearrangement. You can call it whatever you want to. Step on down. I would be extremely happy if he stepped down. Yes.
Nothing. I mean, listen.
You could put Mickey Mouse up there and put Mighty Mouse as his vice president, and I would be more satisfied with him.
He's been in office for less than 2 months. What has he done is that damn bad?
Listen, when you go in and take people's livelihoods on a whim with a billionaire and then feel sorry for the billionaire that he's lost money to you doing everything to help him gain it back out here with your car out on the front lawn of the White House, it shows me you don't care anything about the American people. Y'all fired people that didn't deserve it. You went in there and got rid of people talking about DEI when apparently you don't even understand what DEI is. You told your supporters Day one, you were going to lower the price of eggs and all of that. I went to Walmart yesterday. My eggs have not gone down. As a matter of fact, prices are going up in the store. The pack of hamburger I used to buy for 10 is now 11. And then you told them people that you were going to cut taxes on tips and all of that. It's nowhere in your tax plan. You lied to these people to get their votes, and you're wrong. You are wrong.
What if toward the end of the second quarter, in about 6 months, all of a sudden the price of eggs and groceries and gas all did come down? Would you give him credit then?
No.
So he cannot get credit from you no matter what.
Nothing.
What is that?
That's just like, listen, when you tell a lie in the beginning, it don't matter how you end it. I'ma always think about that lie that you told in the beginning. All he had to say was, I'ma do what I can to help the economy. He said day one. That's what he said, day one. And everybody was running around saying he's gonna cut the taxes on tips and all that. See, all politicians lie.
Yeah.
They do. Obama lied, Bush lied, all of them lied. But the problem with Donald Trump is his supporters believe everything that he said.
I don't think they do, Takesha. I don't think they do.
Listen, MAGA believe everything Trump says. If you can show them a video of him saying something, and they'll find a way to turn it into flipper.
Yeah. Now, in the comments, Paul Smith says that she's saying a politician lied to get elected. When did this start happening? Now, you admitting they all do it, but
did I not just say all of them do it?
Yeah, you're admitting that part. But you said that. You said that.
Oh, okay.
You said that part, but in the comments, I see somebody, I can't see the name there, but he says, gotta give her respect for standing on business. She hates Trump no matter what. So is that
Let me say this. I don't hate anybody.
You sure?
I hate people's ways. I hate their ways. Because at the end of the day, guess what I do? When I say my prayers, guess what I do?
What?
I pray for Trump's salvation. Each time I pray from him all the way down to the lowest office.
What?
That all of them really find the Lord, because they lost him and they ain't been able to find him since.
Well, Trump has admitted he's not Christian.
Absolutely, but he need to be one, and maybe he'll be a better person.
What are the ways? You said you don't hate people, you hate ways. What are the ways of Trump you hate?
I hate the way he's divided us. I hate the way he blamed the Democrats for everything. I hate the way that he doesn't take accountability for anything that goes on up under his administration. He's never admitted to anything that's gone wrong. It's always somebody else's fault. He's always talking about other people. Everything he does is the best. There's nothing he says he's done that wasn't the best, better than anybody else in the world. That pride is what's going to take him down, handsome.
Take him down? He's on his second term. He's winning.
Handsome. You don't even know what the down I'm talking about. Trump is highly lifted up, and the Lord got to bring him down and humble him.
Well,
he got to be humbled.
He's defied the Lord by only getting his ear pierced.
He's got to be humbled.
How does he get humbled? Give me your definition of that.
That's up to the Lord. That's up to the Lord. The Bible says that the exalted will be humbled, and the humbled will be exalted. Now, that's the word.
I mean, the guy's won 2 terms. He's been rich all his life. He should have.
That's the problem. You can't tell the Lord when to pay somebody back, baby. Look at all the people that got away with a lot of stuff until a certain point, and then they went down in the flames.
I don't know. Trump may literally be an old man. I don't know.
And that's the problem. Y'all got so much faith and belief in Trump that he's this person that's untouchable. But nobody is untouchable.
Yeah, I don't have faith in believing in Trump. I just know too many bad people that live to be an old man. I mean,
but listen, they suffered in the end. Believe that. They suffered in the end.
I don't know. This guy may end up with his face on Mount Rushmore. I don't know if he's going to suffer as much as you might.
His face, his butt, his arm, his elbow, all that could be on Mount Rushmore. And what that mean?
It means he was one of the best to ever do it.
Man, please, yeah, in y'all eyes, ain't no piece of cement rock that they done built up there making me think nobody great. That ain't hitting on 15 cents.
Peace and love says liberals.
If that's the case, let me go get this man that I be in the bed with and put him on Mount Rushmore because I think he the greatest.
Peace and love says liberals just have so much hate.
I think he one of the best to ever do it.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. I ain't gonna put your.
You know I had to mess with you.
Oh my God. I'm surprised, you know something, you didn't bring out, my audience was pretty calm with you today. Normally you bring out, Gangsta Grandma, her spouse, I don't know if you weren't around listening at the time. I didn't know her spouse, veteran passed away and he's in, one of the national cemeteries and Trump is talking about, and Trump is talking about taking off a lot of, accolades and things like that and acknowledging African Americans and stuff like that. And her spouse.
Yeah, I did. Now I heard. Now,
I don't know. She got.
I heard that.
Huh?
I did hear that.
Yeah, that was.
I heard that.
That was a deep call. I hadn't, normally she wows out, but she was wilding out, but it made sense. That was a deep call.
Yeah, that was a hurtful thing when I heard it. It was.
So.
And you wonder why I don't care for him.
Yeah. You're supposed to respect the office, Takesha.
I didn't say I didn't respect the office. I said I didn't like the man's ways, and that's not going to change, sweetie.
But you said there is nothing he can do to win you over.
Nothing. Don't you know how Trump can win me over?
How? As president, how?
If he get on his knees and repent and say, I have been lying to y'all my entire time. I have found the Lord. I'm getting baptized and I'm going to serve the Lord until the day I die. And I will say, let's go, Donald Trump.
And how would that help out the Muslim community? And
you didn't ask me about them. You asked me about me.
Oh, you just only.
You asked me a personal question about how he could impress Kiki. You didn't say the Muslim community and the Buddhists and all. You didn't say that. I can only answer for me. I don't know what he could do to make other people like him. I was answering for me.
Well said. All right, I'll give you that. I do got to move it on, but okay, I'll give you that. But there is hope for you then. Maybe I can send you a MAGA hat for you to think about it.
If you send me a MAGA hat, I'm going to burn it. Listen, it's going to go to the lake of fire. You hear me? I'm going to take it to Zeus show, and I'm going to tell Zeus to throw it right on in the lake of fire. How about that?
Well, you talked about putting your man on Mount Rushmore. What would you do if he came home one night with a MAGA hat on?
Well, see, he need one if it said MAGA.
Whoa.
MAGA no. Yeah, he need one. I might need to go get my baby a hat.
All right,
get my baby a hat.
All right, we getting somewhere then. All right, fair enough. Number 4.
I'm gonna get him one that said KTBG.
What the hell does that mean?
Keep the bedroom great.
I gotta go. Takesha.
All right, you see, you be starting with me.
Oh my God. Until the next time. Appreciate it.
Bye, my friend.
See ya.
Bye,
have a good one. This one is, you're talking to Hillbilly Christianity. Brought disease, famine, slavery, sexual assault, and pillaging to the U.S. That's what you want to go back to, huh? That all did happen in that era. No denying of that. Infinity. Thank you for the super chat. Says Trump made racists feel like a fish in water. Damn. That comfortable, huh? Damn, Infinity says Trump made racists feel like a fish in water. Jeez. Goodness. Looking in the comments. Make bedroom great again. Jeez, I'll see you there. MAGA reacts. Going back to the box real quick. Okay, so there's a few people. I don't know where. Okay, there we go. Samuel. I don't know what that says. Iuto. You're going to have to pronounce that one for me. Good evening, Samuel. Welcome to the program.
Hey, man. Thanks for having me on. I like the show.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. So what brought you on tonight? What are we getting wrong over here?
No, I don't think you're getting it wrong. I just want to touch base with you. So first, we're talking about DEI and I mean, I didn't really catch everything. How do you feel about the DEI thing going on with them revoking it.
I think if you revoke DEI and affirmative action, because he did that one too, you're going to bring back the right, if you so choose, to discriminate. You can discriminate without any backlash. That's kind of what I believe that DEI and affirmative action came about to prevent, schools not letting people of color, or maybe not letting a woman in, or a Hispanic.
Right.
And they started telling these institutions and these places, you need to have a little, you don't have to you don't have to have the school all black or all brown or all woman, but 10%, 20%, like for instance, whites represent about 60, 70% of the population or whatever it is. But there were many places where they were like 100% of the student body or 100% of the employee. Like, how is that working like that? So that's where I think it came about for.
I gotcha. Yeah, but I'm not a fan of Trump at all, by no means. And, I wanted to touch base too, the guy he's got working for him,
Elon.
Too, you're going on about DEI. Well, you know where he's from, right?
South Africa, yeah.
Right. What happened in South Africa?
Apartheid. And he's offering, oddly enough, he's allowing them folks refugee status into America.
Wait, he is?
I'm pretty certain that he was talking about letting South Africans, giving them a pathway to residency or whatever to come here. Yeah. Because you got South Africans on YouTube like, we don't need it. But yeah, he was offering them that.
See, I was hearing that I think that was the minister or whatever that wasn't welcomed here, Rubio just said. But anyways, regardless, I don't think anything's going to, come out of this administration good. I agree with everything that the previous caller said. I mean, what do you think is going to come out of this good? I mean, I'm just curious on your end.
There are, listen, I think that Trump is doing things that, I think he's moving way too fast and maybe a little bit bold and controversial in some areas, but there are certainly good things that could come out of the Trump administration. For instance, the tariffs. He wants to make it so that whatever they charge us to sell products in their country, we're going to now charge them to sell the same in our country. If it goes right, it could turn into a huge financial boom for America. Now, he's destroying relationships in the process of doing that, but there's room for that to turn out very well. It's just, to me, it might be a bit far-fetched to hope that. Same thing with the firings, waste, fraud, and abuse. Getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse is a good thing. If for some reason they could fire all of those people and still maintain an effective federal government and a strong economy, then it would show that Trump got rid of a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. I think it's highly unlikely that'll happen, but it's still a chance. So there is a chance that Trump's administration could turn out very well.
The problem is with that, though, on my end, is that he's getting rid of the watchdogs also. That
I don't like.
Yeah, him and Musk, and I've been looking at Musk for a long time. Musk thinks that America is his fun-filled playground, and that's all it is. And he's going to continue to, it's like you said, he's pulling levers. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing, but he's going to have fun trying and figuring it out. And if it happens, it's just going to, even if it's bad or good, it's just going to intrigue him even more.
Yeah, Elon Musk.
This is a guy too, mind you, back in 2018, he lied to his shareholders about Tesla taking it private, saying he secured, the investment and everything, and tweeted out misleading tweets, and it severely disrupted the market. So a person like this, an unelected official, like how you and I understand, is in charge of our financial information and hiring 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds to look at finance.
Yeah, I think if Trump's administration does fail, I think Elon Musk will be the biggest reason it did. I mean, because to me, what he is doing, it does look like sabotage. Like he's just here to just pull levers and just, rip all of the wiring out of the U.S. government. I mean, if you were, like I said, if he was doing it with a scalpel, where you hired a team of managers to go in each department and do evaluations and determine whose job wasn't needed and things like that. You hired accountants to find out about money. But when you're using a chainsaw and you're firing people overnight, like 50%, like what he did with the was it the Department of Education, where like 50% of the people were gone overnight? You haven't evaluated those people. There's no kind of analysis or audit that would tell you exactly 50% of these people need to be fired, and which ones are the ones that deserve to be fired. You just, that's basically like spin the bottle, and whatever federal organization it lands on, we're going to go there and fire people tomorrow. That's what that sounds like. There's just no tact to it at all.
The dice and being like, well, you're getting fired today. You're getting fired today.
Yeah, it's just done at random. I mean, like I said, you see the old 8-ball, you shake it up and something floats to the top, and it sounds like that.
Exactly.
You just doing it at random. So yeah, it sounds like he's just pulling levers.
And this is the guy also, just another fun fact about Musk. He was denied $56 billion it was for his shareholders. And it was a judge in Delaware that denied it. Now he's coming back, since now he's got, Trump, his guy on a leash, saying that the judge misinterpreted the ruling and that they're going to relook at it. $56 billion to this guy. I mean, when that's my other thing too with this administration is like, when is enough for billionaires? That's my beautiful.
Well, in this country, we're capitalists, so we don't want to put any limitation on people who can earn money that we'll never dream of. I mean, that's where the left in me comes out. Is like, at some point, you got all the money in the world and people are barely able to eat, and it's like, at some point, like, okay, enough's enough. It ain't like your life's going to become miserable if you could only make 10 billion. I mean, like, I don't get that part. I don't get. But in this country, we'll fight to the death for him to keep making money, even though he might be the reason why we're not making that much.
Oh, well, that's where he's at, because this is the only reason why. I mean, he was running again because he was screwed. I mean, there was no way he was going to make it without this election, and luckily he got Space Boy on his side to help get him elected.
You think Trump was screwed without Elon?
Oh, he'd be screwed, man.
No,
he was hemorrhaging money. I mean, granted, he got the immunity because he had his.
But let me ask you this: if Elon Musk had not joined Trump's team, do you think Trump would have still beat Kamala?
Do I think you know what? He probably still would have.
Yeah, that's how I feel. He would have won. He would have won. Yeah.
See, the problem with that, and I'll elaborate lightly on this, is that the Democrats, they failed to get their message out there. They have no spine whatsoever. I'm a Democrat, but they have no spine. The GOP has no morals. I mean, and even with this recent spending bill and everything like that, the Dems, they didn't have to side with the GOP. I mean, great, they funded the government.
Yeah, how do you feel about Schumer? How do you feel about Schumer doing it? Do you think he should have held his ground?
It's a catch-22. It's in the meantime, you fund the government, but at the same time, you're not going with the MAGA extremist GOP.
Yeah.
And it's just this is just me. It doesn't mean anything. But I would have said no. I'm disappointed in Schumer, and so are a lot of other people.
Well, but I think the problem is if you stand your ground, because Trump is on TV every day. He doesn't mind talking for 2 hours or more. And the liberals, Trump is on TV talking more than all the liberals combined damn near. He would just be on TV every day blaming it on Schumer and the liberals. And a large portion of America would believe that. So Schumer... Well, I'm kind of on your side about the Democrats need to have more unity. I think Schumer may be savvy or educated enough to know that we're not going to win no matter what. And then if we allow the government to shut down, as many was suggesting, Doge is going to go apeshit. All of a sudden it's going to make them more powerful. So I don't know. I could see good and bad no matter what he had did.
See, I don't think Doge would become more powerful because the thing is like all these cuts that they're making and these people they're firing is that the judicial system is still doing their job and saying, no, you can't fire these people. They get to go back. I mean, there's been like the VA, they tried.
Yeah, but shit, is he? But is he really following what the courts say? Yeah, he's losing in court like crazy. But is he really even listening to that shit?
Well, right now he did it because, like you were just saying today, he gave him the middle finger with, with immigrants, But I think down the line, I mean, it's going to be a minute. They're going to hold him accountable. But sticking with the Democrats not having any spine, and like you were saying, Schumer was trying to be unity and try to unite. See, it's different now. It's I think the Democrats, they need to play in a different manner, and we got to play to win now.
You don't even have a team captain. Can't play to win if you don't even know who the leader of the team is.
Honestly, in all truth, I don't know how you follow him. I mean, the only person that I really see that's giving a shit about it and is trying to get the message out is Bernie.
Jesus. How old is Bernie? Like 106? Bernie Sanders?
I mean, I can't see him ever being a president now. Ever. He's too old. It's not going to happen. But at least my point is he's out there. I mean, what
about AOC? I see Journey rather.
She's doing it too. Yeah, she's trying to get her message out there also.
It's got to be a white dude. It's got to be a white dude. It's got to be a white dude. You can't put in there AOC or what is the other one? Jasmine Crockett. I get that they have the fire you want, but Tim. What about Tampon Tim, as they call him? What about Tim Walz?
I like Tim Walz. I think he appealed to a lot of people, but it wasn't good enough, man. I mean, it was too late. It was too late when they threw Kamala in there.
Yeah, but he got more time now. When because as he said when he came out, we got 107 days or whatever. We can sleep when we die. Now he has years. So now they actually can get stuff done. You can talk to people. You can meet folks. He came to Iowa to meet the farmers and things like that have been hurt from the Trump policies. You got plenty of time now. So Tim Walz could be, but in my opinion, it can't be a minority this go round. It's got to be a white dude. DEI.
Why do you? Yeah, but I don't think it necessarily has to be a white dude.
Shit, it's got to be a white dude. It's got, it's got.
That's where the times we live in.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, left of center, not too far left, white male. You need Captain Sully damn near. White male, slightly left and center.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's the way of the Democratic battleground at the moment. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Down the line, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how long this administration lasts. Because honestly, I don't see it, man. I don't see it lasting 2 years. Honestly, I don't.
What's going to stop it?
It's hard to say at the moment, because he's got everybody in his pockets. We'll see what happens.
How would you feel about President Vance?
Special elections coming up in it.
Okay, how would you feel before moving on? How would you feel about President Vance? If for some reason Trump didn't make it, how would you feel about President Vance?
See, that's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up too, because honestly, I don't think Vance would be able to sustain either. He's only been in the political field for 3 years. He's way too young, and I think the MAGA side, they wouldn't have it either. And I don't see it. I think he would walk also if he either resigned. I don't know if he'll ever resign.
Yeah, you and I totally disagree on all of this. I think that if Trump was not in it, or God forbid something happened to Trump, Vance would obviously get the job because that's the way it works. But as long as he got Bannon and and Elon Musk and all them behind him, nobody's going to get the love of Trump. I mean, MAGA's not going to love anybody from the Republican Party like they love Trump. They like Elon, but Elon does not have the legal rights to be president. Other than Elon, I think Trump is sharpening Don Jr. to be his next writer. I don't think Trump wants, in fact, he said he doesn't want J.D. Vance to be his successor. I think it's Don Jr. I think that's who he's trying to make his successor, but right now, nobody speaks to a crowd. Nobody energizes MAGA like Trump does.
Oh, of course, because, well, you know why in the first place why he won him back in 2016, right?
What do you mean?
Like, what the appeal was. He wasn't part of the DC establishment.
Well, yeah, definitely. He was allegedly an outsider, but that makes no sense to me. But that is what they said. He was an outsider.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying that was really appealing. You know, he's going to drink the swamp.
He's not a typical politician, all that bullshit, even though there's photos of him at people's weddings and shit like that. He's got pictures of every politician in the books. He's been hanging around all these people, donate money to their campaigns, but he's an outsider. That never made sense to me at all. But I do got to move it on there, Samuel.
Yes, sir.
Come on back anytime, man.
Great show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Come on back anytime. All right, moving on with the program. I'm learning the word clapper now, so you folks who want to come over there as well. He said J.D. Vance will never be president. I don't think he said never, but he was asked if he sees J.D. Vance as his successor, and he said no. I've played that clip. I mean, he said that on Fox News, but I don't think he said never. Did he say never be president? Timmy Tim says, bro, I told you all this was going to happen 3 years ago. No, you didn't. You told me Trump wrote a second Declaration of Independence. You told me Hillary Clinton had been taken out by Trump officially in 2018. What year did Hillary Clinton pass away? Biden is an actor played by Jim Carrey. No, you didn't tell me what you're telling me. You told me that. So don't cut off part of the story there. I have to reiterate, because MAGA ain't shit. Wes Will G said I have to reiterate because MAGA ain't shit. Just because God talks and appoints people doesn't mean it's all good. It could be for the demise of the person and their people. Sound like a talking snake, if you ask me. That's what it sounds like you're portraying there. Wow. All these mid-pasty racist white people, damn, Will, all these mid-pasty racist white people want to do is get back to the good old boys system and get their Nepo babies in and say, let me ask this question. Damn, that's a story. Do you guys don't think all MAGA, even the ones that are white, you don't think they're all racist, do you? Damn, Will. He said all these what is a mid-pasty? You're not completely pasty. All these mid-pasty racist white people want to do is get back to the good old boy system and get their Nepo babies in. You don't think, and I see a lot, I don't want to ask that question as an overall question, but I do see some folks are responding with most and yes. You guys think that most of the white MAGA are racist? Damn. Racists are supporting racism, says Calvin. You guys are, man, maybe I gotta open up my eyes a little bit more. Racism is a lie. There are only cultural truths. Your name is Polish guy, and you believe that racism is a lie? You need to talk to some Polish and see how the Germans are treated. I don't know about that. Racism is a lie? No, that's you can definitely not, it's more than just, as you say, cultural truths. I don't know where you're getting that one from. Let me go back to the box. That's what the libs want the country to believe. It's not true, says Don. I don't think all of any group is I don't think you can name or label all of any group. So, Don, while I agree with you, I'm going to push back and say they all do that. All Republicans are not racist. All Democrats are not socialists. All Democrats don't want to defund the police, or they're not all communists. They don't all hate America. So I agree with you, but understand it does happen on both sides. And I know a lot of folks on the right do not like to hear Trump being called a racist, but they have no problem calling all Democrats socialists or communists. I always say, if you don't want to be called names, don't name call. I've been saying that from day one. If you don't want to be called, racism is, calling somebody a racist is worse than calling them a socialist. If you don't want to be called names, don't name call. It's as simple as that. And we know the MAGA side they love Trump calling people names. You guys like it. I'd like to get some mean tweets and $2 gas. I mean, when I actually had the video, the freeze frame of it, when Trump got his ear pierced in Pennsylvania, the minute he tapped his ear, if you freeze the frame right over his shoulder, there's a woman clearly wearing a shirt that says mean tweets, standing right behind him. So I always say, if you don't want to be called names, don't name call. Don't enjoy seeing other people get called names if you don't want your guy to get it as well. It's just as simple as that. L scratch. Did somebody say that? Al ear scratch. Oh, AI an AI scratch. I'm like, what do you know about L scratch? Looked up and down and said, my take. You got to be a bit older to know that. Going back to the box. Top Dog 4X. Good evening or welcome to the program. If Top Dog comes up, Blacks for Trump had 10 black people in the crowd and was held at a black man's venue, but was full of white people. Fuck out of here. Aaron Michaels, what are you talking about? I've been to a couple Trump rallies myself, by the way. It's mostly white. I'm not gonna deny that. I went to a couple of them and I did look for that. Just to verify, I wanted to see the energy. Now, I didn't vote for Trump. I make it clear. I lean left, but I enjoy politics. So I will go to a rally for any president. I respect the office, all that good shit. But I did look around to see how many people of color were there. And I was at a smaller rally indoors, maybe 5,000 or so, standing room only, conference room. And I saw about 10, maybe about 10. And I got to assume I didn't see everybody there because it was standing room only. And so I'm assuming, let's say it was 3 times as many as I saw. You're still only talking about 30 out of about 5,000 people. And I also waited in line 5 hours to get in. And I saw maybe 3, including me, because one of the guys standing next to me who was biracial was black. He found me in line for some strange reason and started talking to me. In fact, a lot of people came up and talked to me. So when you're 6'6", 300 pounds, you stand out. And certainly when you're a person of color at a MAGA gathering. But yeah, I mean, everybody was nice. It was a good experience. I mean, it was very friendly and cheerful. People were wild and things like that, enjoying. They were really in the moment. People draped in Trump flags and all of that. I didn't think it was bad. And that's what I wanted to go for. I wanted to go to experience the energy of it. So it was, but yeah, it wasn't very colorful. But outside of that, everybody was nice. I didn't have any problems. Nobody said anything that was outrageous or suspicious. Looking in the comments real quick, though. Calling someone a racist has no meaning anymore. It's like the boy who cried wolf. No, it's like calling them a socialist. That's what it's like. It's like calling them a socialist. Calling them a communist. That don't have any meaning anymore either. Because everybody in the Democratic Party gets called a socialist. They were calling Obama a socialist. After 8 years, America didn't come remotely close to being a socialist nation. So no, you're right. I get that it waters things down, but like I said, don't name call if you don't want to get called names. Because every Democrat is not a socialist, period. Truth, if you voted for Stumpy, you're not black. Discard card. What do you sound like Joe Biden. Vote for me and you ain't black. Is that what you're telling me? That's what you sound like. Funny how Obama supported closed borders too. Yeah, oddly enough though, because the Obama derangement syndrome at the time was so strong, even though Obama was clearly doing what it took to support the border, they were telling people Obama was for open borders. Every Democrat that runs is for open borders. Even though the numbers show that Obama was doing the right thing, the right was saying all of the lies about him. And they couldn't tell the truth until Trump started getting in trouble for doing the exact same thing Obama did, which was putting kids in cages and separating families. Once Trump got in office, one of the main people yelling that Obama was for open borders, once he got in office and started bragging about separating families, and he started getting hammered for it. Well, Obama was doing it too. The guy you said that was for open borders was doing that? So, yeah, people say all kinds of shit just to be politically advantageous. And Obama was certainly doing it. Top Dog. Good evening. Welcome to the program. No borders, no countries, simple geography. I don't know. I don't agree with that. I'll tell you something. Now, I'm for border security, but if you make it so that people do not have a way of earning in the country, because throughout Europe, that's what they have used for border security, is that you can't work or earn money in the country. And people don't come to some of those countries. I mean, the fact is you can come to America and work under the table because there's so many greedy capitalists here who want to pay you less. So if we went after Americans who are co-conspirators in that game, you'd probably get more success than the wall. Top Dog, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
You know how it is, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So I'm in the trenches today. We're talking about the Trump economy. How do you feel about the direction Trump has taken the country economically so far?
Like I told you last time, Tim, he's either gonna be a dumbass, what I believe he's gonna look like another 18 months, or he's gonna be a pure genius.
Pure genius.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, if he can see, like somebody said earlier on your platform, just because the country's is saving money, and if I'm not feeling it, Tim, it doesn't mean nothing to me. If they save $5 trillion off the national debt, but I don't feel it here where I'm at, that shit don't mean nothing to me.
That is 100% true, because that was what was happening during the Biden administration. Biden was saying that the economy was turning around and things are doing better, and people were like, I see what I'm paying for eggs, I see what I'm paying at the pump, I'm not feeling it, therefore it is irrelevant. And I agree with you 100%. It doesn't matter how much money Elon Musk saves in waste, fraud, and abuse. If it doesn't make any difference in my life, it's just gibberish. It means nothing to me. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, I mean, so if it's not going to benefit me, well, I see it, at the gas pump. And like I said, even if if gas go down 10, 20, 15 cents, that's not a big deal to me, Kim. Trump's not going to get a standing ovation because gas went down, 20 cents, and eggs went down $2. I mean, that's, you don't get.
So let me ask you what I asked. I think I asked Takesha earlier. What could Trump do to win you over?
Like she said, step down.
Nothing else.
Nah, he already did too much. I can't trust his word. Look how he do with these other countries, setting up negotiations with other countries. Then he can switch 2 years later and go back. You know what I mean? He showed his word is not his bond, as they say.
Man, I was about to say you may have had derangement syndrome, but that point there, I gotta agree with that. He has certainly shown that his word he'll change his word in a heartbeat. I mean, because just like with the 4-star general, he fired and said the guy was DEI when he was the one that gave him the job. And oddly enough, nobody's asked him, like, can you tell us why you hired somebody that was DEI in your first term? Yeah, I agree with you. His word is questionable at best.
Oh yeah, his word is very, very. It holds no weight with me. And when it comes to the MAGAs, your Jeremiahs, your MAGA reacts, on the Democratic side, when they talk, it blows my mind, Tim, because it's like they believe anything that Trump say, they're gonna justify. Even if they know it sounds like bullshit, they'll still try to justify his bullshit. And that's why we look at MAGA like, are y'all obsessed with this man, or what's the problem? Because everything that he say, even if it sound, they know it's bullshit, they'll echo it, Tim.
But they gonna push back and say that you knew damn well Biden couldn't serve another term, yet the liberals were trying to convince us Biden could do 4 more years, and the left is talking about they don't even know what the hell a woman is. I mean, does that not make the left look delusional?
Well, I'll say no, because like I said, I wasn't working with Biden on a day-to-day basis, but when we was able to see it at the debate, we seen it. We got his ass up out of there 20-some days later. Yeah. We seen it. It wasn't no what we think or we assume about Biden. We seen that, hey, up there he did not have it. Let's move on, and that's what we done. So yeah, it was rumors that he wasn't where he needed to be, Tim. But when we seen it with our own eyes, we came together and said he had to get up out of there.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, you're seeing it with your own eyes, and as you're admitting, it still took 20 fucking days. I mean, he had that debate on June 27th, and he just stepped down to August, and he was fighting the whole way.
Well, look at the position that he's his power, Tim. He had to give up power. It took him what, 22 days to give up power? I can see that. You know, I'm giving up power. I'm giving up, you know, something that I built that I made it here, and I might want to go for a second term.
Yeah, he gave up. Yeah, he gave up power. All right, he gave it up to Trump.
Well, you know, I believe, Tim, you know, this is my opinion. And a Democrat, I don't believe that Biden could have beat Trump.
I don't either. I don't either, but I do believe that I don't believe that Biden would have beat Trump that second term either. But I do believe that if Biden had ran as a one-term president like he led people to believe, there would have been a hell of a lot more room for a Democrat that could have been competitive with Trump to run.
I mean, I totally agree with that, Tim. I feel he should have stepped down. Probably, like you said, should run that one term and step down in January, February of 2024. So, I mean, I agree with you 100% on that, Tim.
Yeah, I mean,
but looking back at that time, you know, like I said, we were seeing Biden having little blunders here and there, but when he got on that stage at that debate, we seen it. Like, okay, yeah, it's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't sweep. They cannot sweep it under the rug anymore.
Yeah.
You know.
The crazy thing is, and this is Monday morning quarterbacking, and it's not necessarily relevant because Biden is gone, but I kind of wonder, like, why his handlers even let him go out there and debate. I mean, he could have easily made up some kind of excuse, like you said, we can't trust Trump, or Trump gets on the stage and he interrupts me all the time. I'm not even going to debate this clown. I think he would have did better. I don't know if he would have beat Trump still, but his chances of beating Trump would have been significantly better if he had just never had that debate at all. And he had a million legitimate excuses for why he could have dodged that debate. He could have just simply said, Trump always interrupts. He doesn't play by the rules. It's a waste of time. It ain't going to change anybody's mind. I'm not going to debate this man. And I don't think it would have made a damn bit of a difference. I think that he had a better chance of beating Trump, or at least being competitive, if he didn't have that debate at all.
I mean, I agree with that once again, because like I said, when he got on that stage and we seen it, Tim, he lost a lot of people right there, a lot of voters. When we seen it, like, okay, yeah, he can't go on like this, you know. Yeah. So I just feel like Biden he just didn't want to give up the power, Tim. You know, he's a president. He didn't want to give it up, but he had to. Yeah. You know, and I think his family got around when they went he had like a family dinner or something like that. They came and took him down out to one of his houses, one of his, mansion somewhere. They sat and talked to him, and he came out there and he said, I'm gonna go ahead and step down. I think
which one do you think would have been better for America? Trump or a deranged, out of his mind, incompetent Biden? Those are your only two choices.
Neither. Well, I'll say this.
Your only two choices.
Let me say this. If Biden's out of his mind, he can't even compete with Trump. He's out of his mind. Okay. You know, so
we got the better candidate.
Yeah, we both need better candidates. You know, like going into the next major election in 2020, what was that, 2028?
2028.
For the Democratic Party, we got to get somebody, like, I agree with you again, Tim. We need a white male. If we want to put our cards on the table, let's come up with a strategic plan. We need a white male.
Yeah, the Democrats need to use DEI this time for white people. So find you a white man. Don't even interview nobody that's black or Hispanic or a woman. Absolutely nothing gay at all. You don't know no gay. This person needs to be as straight as 915. Nobody. Don't let no drag queens even come to the show. Don't let them come to the rallies. Listen. You can do what you. Now, I'm not saying don't be an ally of the LGBTQ community, because I certainly am an ally. But what I'm saying is you do exactly what Trump and Elon is doing. You do what you really want to do once you get in office. You don't have to announce it. Trump would not have won if he announced he was going to cut all these levels of government. Just wait till I get in and I'll do that. So that's what the Democrats need to tell the LGBTQ community. We got your back, but we can't say that right now. You know, we can't come out because right now you guys are toxic. They're using you as a weapon. So we got you once we get in, but right now you got to fall back. And if they don't understand that, then that's on them.
Well, I totally agree with you. I mean, that's it. That's how I got to roll, Tim. You know, we can't put that at the forefront, even though it wasn't true about. I mean, I'm not gonna say it didn't happen with the men and girls sports and stuff like that, but it was not like how they made it seem like. You know what I mean? They running. I think the last week into the election, Elon spent $40 million in Pennsylvania just running trans ads.
Yeah.
That long. You know what I mean? So they was really targeting that. So this next go round, you know, we not gonna focus on that. But I believe Trump is running this country so far to the right, Tim, where if we get the right Democrat and the right plan, we can run the next 2 or 3 elections. Because he's running so far to the right, Tim, where we're going to be able to harp on this for the next 2 or 3 elections. Or do you want to go back to that? You've seen what he done. And I also always want to bring the Democrats, if we get our shit together, we can dominate the next 2 or 3 elections. I don't see nobody on the right side got the power like Trump, have the juice like Trump to bring the crowds out.
I do believe the Democrats have I think the Democrats have locked in the minorities for 2 or 3 elections. I don't know about the whites, certainly, because Trump won white women. Now, he also won Hispanic males. That ain't going to happen for a while. He's not going to win a Hispanic anything for a while. I think you're right about that in terms of going too far to the right with the deportations and all of that shit. So the Hispanic, and of course he's really never had the black vote anyway. He increased a little bit with the black male. Black females, only 7% of them voted for Trump. So he's not going to get the black vote. He certainly is probably harmed himself with the Hispanic vote for the foreseeable future, but he's solidified the white vote. So I don't know, 2 or 3 elections, I don't know.
Well, like I said, we'll see, Tim. I just feel like he's running too. He's starting problems all over the world, not the country, all over the world. So what he needs to understand is that sometimes those small people, they can team up to go after the big giants. Not saying they're gonna take him out or we're gonna be at war. They're gonna take over the country. We're gonna be running through the streets now. But all these countries can team up and say, hey, we're going to make business hard for this country here. 1, 2, or 3 countries won't hurt you, but when you got the whole world going against you, they can make it feel it, Tim.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that. I'm really hoping that our European allies and stuff like that look at Trump and they realize that in America, the president only has 4 years. And look, things are kind of shit right now, but we're going to have to wait it out and see. I hope that some of our relationships we have with some of our partners and allies are not permanently damaged behind this. But yeah, it's because I follow a lot of the Canadian news, and man, the comment section is, you look at an average Canadian person, they just look like a regular white American. It's like, they don't like us at all right now. God damn.
No, let's keep it clear. They don't like Trump, Tim. They're not really after them. They don't really hate the
but they're not buying American. They're canceling vacations and shit. Even though they don't like Trump, they're and by the way, I disagree with you. It's not that they only don't like Trump. They don't like the fact that America voted for this guy. So you can't say that I only hate Trump. You guys voted this dude in. So you got some responsibility in this too.
When I look at I'm glad you brought that up right there. When I look at other countries like in the Europe and all that, when Trump and Miss Harris was running, they really wasn't. They was more leaning towards Trump. They didn't probably say it, but they wasn't going against Trump. A lot of those countries, Canada, they wasn't coming out for Kamala like that. They was more leaning towards Trump anyway.
Yeah, but because Trump wasn't Trump. And this is something I was saying on the program the whole time before the election. I was telling folks, you're favoring Trump's economy before the pandemic, and we didn't have no new wars. I'm like, the Trump 2.0 is talking different shit. Like, this guy's talking immunity from police. He wasn't talking all this stuff. He didn't have a yes crew and all. This is a different dude. So I was the same way, because a lot of people, like you said, even internationally, favor Trump. But they're looking at Trump 1.0. Trump 2.0 is a whole different leader.
Well, no, Tim. Trump in his first administration, Tim, Trump showed that he wasn't his word wasn't his bond, that he would do things the way he wanted to do things. He didn't just...
Top dog, apparently he got a call. Sometimes that happens. This is the nature of live conversation. I'll move it on. It could be worse. We could have Justin Trudeau. I don't know. Canada is a little different. I don't know what. I know the right hates Justin Trudeau, but he is a left-wing politician. By the way, even though he resigned and stepped down, his poll numbers started coming up because Canada's starting to galvanize. They're at a trade war with the United States. America's picking on that country. Not only are we attacking them trade war-wise, we're also we're hitting them up on other levels as well. We're not just talking about we want to basically take their sovereignty away. Trump said that Canada only works as a state. In other words, they're an ineffective country. I mean, he said some insulting shit about Canada. You know, we don't need them, they need us. We could debate whether that's true or not. Chances are Canada does need America a lot more than America needs Canada. But that's real insulting to say to one of your closest friends. Canada is not just a neighbor, it's a friend. To say, you know, we don't need you, you need us. I mean, I use the example. Let's say you got a friend that is, you know, exceptionally wealthy. You know, millionaire, multi-millionaire, something like that. And you just a regular working everyday average American. Y'all meet up every Friday, maybe once or twice a month, and you know, maybe you go to one of the finest steak houses or something like that. You know, your wealthy friend generally pays for dinner. It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket to him. You got a regular job, but you know somebody that's very wealthy. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, your friend starts saying, well, you know, it's unfair that I pay all the time. You know, you should start paying sometimes. Now, you know he's 100 times more wealthier than you. And all of a sudden, you're sitting here having surfing turf, steak and lobster, whatever the hell it may be. And the bill comes, well, he tells the waitress, it's on him this time. You look at the bill, fuck, I work at the post office, dude, this bill is half of what I make. You know, well, and you hear him start, well, I don't need you, you need me. You know, all of that may be true. You should pay for dinner sometime. Your friend don't need you. You need him more than he needs you. How does that look, though? I mean, would you not feel like you're being treated like shit? Because that's what Trump is doing to Canada and other countries. I mean, we got significantly more wealth than most of the places he's saying that stuff to. He is literally just like that. We don't need you, you need us. We got all the money. You know, it just, I don't know. It seems like we're making enemies for the sake of making enemies. That's the way I view it. Looking in the comments, I think Trump is literally trying to rig the next few elections. Don't be surprised if machines malfunction and ballots go missing. Well, and you're not the first to suggest that Trump wants to stay more than one term. I think the biggest thing the liberals got going for them is he's old. He's old. He cannot, I mean, even if he wants to be a dictator, 10 years from now, he probably ain't going to, you know, either he won't be around or he won't be capable of running the office. So, I mean, even if he does want to be a dictator, he don't have a lot of time to dictate. Now, he could pass it down to somebody, like I said, Don Jr. or something. That's possible. But Trump ain't going to be around for, 20 more years running the office. That's just not going to happen. And many would suggest that he only ran to avoid the criminal charges. Maybe he doesn't even want to be president forever. As long as he can leave and ride off into the sunset incredibly wealthy without any worry about the courts chasing him, who knows? Maybe that's all he wants. I don't know. He does like power, so it's possible, but the guy's already in his 80s, so or knocking the door on his 80s. He's not going to be a president for very long. Trying to turn us into Hungary, North Korea, and Russia. He does have an aficionado for those type of people. I don't know how that works where he seems to be favorable to dictators and critical of our allies. Good example, when Vladimir Zelensky was hesitant on agreeing to a peace deal, a ceasefire, Trump started punishing dude in every way possible. We're not going to give you any more military. We're not going to give you any money. Soon we stopped even giving them surveillance and intel. We're just punishing the shit out of Zelensky because he wasn't getting involved in the peace deal. Now, as Rubio pointed out, they went to Saudi Arabia, negotiated a peace deal on behalf of the Ukraine, and the Secretary of State now, Rubio, said the ball is in Russia's corner. Russia is hesitating to engage in a peace deal. Ukraine is ready to go. Now Russia is notice Trump ain't punishing Russia at all. Notice how critical and how fast he was to start threatening the Ukraine and, pretty much treating them like shit. Putin is taking his time And Trump ain't suggested doing really anything to Putin. He made a few hints of sanctions, but he's not officially doing anything to Vladimir Putin. Certainly nowhere near all of the stuff he did to Zelensky, which does make it look like, because I know a lot of folks push back, my beloved MAGA was pushing back, Trump ain't a Russian asset. Everybody's heard the song by Ice Cube. He's not Russian intelligence. He's not on the side of Russia. But when you see how he's acting, it does look like there may be something there. You got Zelensky, you threaten the hell out of him. You're not doing that to Putin. Not to mention, they're asking Zelensky to concede all kinds of shit. I don't see what Trump is doing as a reason to celebrate. If he gets a ceasefire, I don't see it as a reason to celebrate, because we're offering the Ukrainians nothing, no protection to prevent this from happening again. By the way, Russia's holding out on the ceasefire because they want the Ukrainians to also agree, I think, not only to not try to ever get a nuclear weapon, they can't recruit new soldiers. I mean, basically, they cannot try to repair the damage they've sustained to their military. And there's no provision in there against Russia doing it. So it almost sounds like Russia wants to put the Ukraine on a golf tee while they go off and practice their swing, so that when they come back, the ball will be sitting there on the golf tee. You're going to make it so that they cannot increase the size of their military or do anything, but you can. So you're going to go away and recruit and replace the equipment you lost and all of that, which is another thing they have in there. They can't replace the equipment and shit. So their military is frozen where it is now. You can repair and replace all of the personnel and all the equipment you lost. And then you can just come back and attack at a day of a better advantage, because the United States hasn't promised any security at all. This is why Zelensky was adamantly against agreeing to this. It's not in their best interest. It's not a ceasefire. It's a Band-Aid. It's a temporary reprieve until Russia's in position to do it again. That's all it is. So we'll see how that goes. But anyhow, folks, we're done giving handouts. No, we're not. Marlene, no, we're not. What do you think the turning Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East is going to be? You're going to need some handouts to do that. He's demanding that Egypt and Jordan take the Palestinian refugees. That ain't going to happen for free. You're going to need handouts to do that. We're not done giving handouts. What are you talking about? Handouts will continue. They'll just go to people that Trump favors. I see Paul Warner offering BJ. What do you say? BJ's behind the Trump banner 2016. Okay. Maybe I'm getting up. Maybe I've been up too late. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 69,000 on the likes. I haven't solicited tapping the screen in a while, so I do appreciate those that did. By the way, if you do favor this type of dialogue, I'm going to give the spiel that I always give. Feel free to follow the program if you're on Clapper or Instagram, Clapper or TikTok. I may start doing Clapper. I think the results of Clapper have been better than Instagram. I think they may have been better than Instagram. We'll check it out, but I may continue going live on Clapper because some folks came over and got an account. We do go typically live on Instagram as well. So if you got any of those, follow me on Instagram, follow me on Clapper, follow me. Handsome Liberal is a name all the way across the board. Instagram, Clapper, TikTok, and of course, YouTube, a subscription. Will G says, MAGA ain't shit. He says, they really think insulting a blue city is not the same as insulting MAGA. One big blue city can cover 5 states easily. And that's an issue, too, with states' rights. States' rights is that the big federal dollars come from the areas where the people are. I used Mississippi as an example about how education would change if you, thank you who are tapping on Clapper. Somebody's doing that. Thank you on Clapper for sure, and tapping the screen on Instagram, TikTok as well. Thank you. I use the fact that if they take the education, get rid of the Department of Education and go back to states level, states' rights, there are going to be some states where education is going to be piss poor. I keep using Mississippi as an example because it's such a poor state. You know, like I said, the money, the federal dollars come from the big cities. Mississippi, what is it, Jackson? Hattiesburg? You're not going to, what else is there? You're not, if Mississippi has to fund their own education and disaster relief and shit like that, it's going to become poorer than it is now. You probably will have all entitlements disappear, like welfare, food stamps, and things like that. That stuff will probably be gone. States' rights works in some areas, in other areas it just does not. I mean, when you look at how much wealth is in places like California, New York, places where the big cities are, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, and places like Mississippi in particular, though, West Virginia is another one. I think they'll realize real quick, those states will realize real quick that this was not a great idea. This was not a great idea. Or maybe they'll be so uneducated that they won't realize that they voted against their own best interest in regards to reducing the Department of Education down to the state level. I don't like it for a simple fact that people move around. You know, maybe your child's born in Mississippi, you get a job to move to New York. All of a sudden, you get your third or fourth grader to put them in school in New York, and they're like, shit, this kid don't know more than the first grader here. You got to put this 8-year-old in first grade. They didn't teach him shit down there. So that's why I'm for education at the federal level, because I do believe there should be some kind of uniform. We're not doing well education-wise in this country anyway, compared to some of our like China and India and some of these. We're not that doing well at that already. You want to bring it down to the state level, it's going to be worse. Some areas going to be even worse. I don't see how that's going to improve the quality of education. Now, Trump is saying the government is wasteful, fraudulent, abusive, all this shit. So the federal government is not doing it right, so we should hand it to the states. Okay, well, where's your audits of the states? You're going to tell me one group is doing it wrong, but if you let 50 do it individually, they're all going to get it right? That doesn't make sense, okay? I get the federal government is not perfect, but you're going to hand it to the states, and are you going to do any follow-through at the state level to make sure they doing it right? You can fuck up at state level too. Everything, getting things out of the hands of the federal government and handing it over to the states does not guarantee everything's going to be done accurately. And that's what it seems like many folks on the right tend to think, that if you let the states do it, it'll just be great. A governor can fuck up too. Okay, the president don't know what we don't think the federal level, so we hand it to the governors. They can fuck up too. So if there's no follow-up, why are they so certain it's going to be great at the state level? That just makes no sense to me at all. New York City has 8 million people. All the red mountain states can't cover that. Yeah, there's no denying, and the average wealth of those 8 million is significantly higher too. I mean, lots of millionaires and shit. It's just a big difference. I just don't see it. The state level education thing is going to be a bust. I really don't see how that's going to work. They're going to do nothing to ensure that the quality of education at the state level is better than it was at the federal. We're just going to hand it to 50 governors and assume that they're going to do it better, based on absolutely nothing at all. Anyhow, folks, thanks for tapping the screen. You know what I got to do. It is your boy, Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'll see you folks tomorrow. You enjoy this type of dialogue, certainly follow the program, TikTok, Clapper, subscription on YouTube, and Instagram. Catch you folks tomorrow. I got to go. Thank you. I think I'm doing it. You know something, when I do it at the end, I like to look at my YouTube audience real quick here before I run it out. We are saying the state level does it better. You don't know that though. I mean, a lot of you folks have an issue with California and some of the things they believe in, their progressive ideals. You know, so I wish there was something a reason to demonstrate why you think the states are going to get it better than the federal government. I just don't see it, but I got to go.